All right. Hello, hello. I'm back again. Before you ask, I never dreamed I would grow up to be a grumpy old man, but here I am killing it. Something like that, it says. Just to let you know. Hmm. Oh, that's not good. Oh, I see. So we'll do this first, I suppose. And it doesn't really matter that, like the people here. I think the second part of it is going to be more important. I was going to do two different videos, two different streams, because my streams tend to go on a bit long. But I know that the people that are supposed to hear it will hear it. But, and it's not something I normally do. I don't do this for likes, subscribers, or, fame or whatever. But people do need to hear so they can make an opinion for themselves. And again, you don't have to believe a single word that I say. It makes no difference to me. The fact that I say it, that's the important thing. That is really the important thing. The fact that I say it. And then it will get to those people that are meant to hear it, who have a chance to make that opinion based on what's been said, because they haven't had that chance, because we've been lied to. So the further we go into this, the more will be revealed, to the point that there is no credit for those people that created the suffering. There will be no repentance available, because basically you're being outed by the truth and you're not coming forward, changing your mind, whatever it is that the universe deems is worthy. So, the thrill of the chase, as I have gone alone in there. I am spiritual, not religious. Forrest said. I suppose I am as well, but this is what Forrest said. I am spiritual, not religious. The breath. Let us just look closely about what that really means and why it's so important for spiritual people to breathe. In and out. And why somebody created the name Yahweh as opposed to so these are the things that it means. And remember, you don't have to believe a single word that I say. All of these words are not my words, but they are the truth. It is not my opinion that I am telling you. I am telling you the truth based on the truth, not my opinion. This is not something I thought. This is not something that I made up. I didn't think, oh, what does the word breath mean? And then make up a whole load of words for the word breath. This is what it means. And when we go on to the second part, hey, open sesame, how are you doing? So when we go, I hope you're well. When we go on to the second part, you will see why I've been talking about the breath and why you need to understand that what I am saying is the truth. Thank you, Spirit. Oh, and somebody was saying, oh, does that mean if you don't get confirmation, we don't have to believe it? You can believe what you want. You don't have to believe a single thing. But you do have to realize that when something important was said, like something that everybody needs to understand, not just Street, everybody needs to understand, because Street is normally the one I'm talking to, not digging at Street. He's normally the one that's saying the stuff that Spirit says, oi, he's telling you the truth. Shut the fuck up. The hoop. The beat of the dance and the hoop. The beat of the dance and the hoop of the drum. I am going to pull that chilling. Chilling like scary, or chilling like relaxed and taking a deep breath. I would hope it's taking a deep breath. I'm pretty sure that's the thing that you're telling me. So the thing that is going to affect the chest is the wind. So the chest. Wind. So there are no friendlies in that air. The draft that has been seen, the wind, the flutter by. Ah, hello, Eddie. Is that where you've been all this time? The cloud. That must be the firmament. Gas. And these are words that Forrest gave us as scrapbooks, or, in the books, or in his conversations. The obviously staged interviews is what I'm trying to say. Shift, drift, and adjust. You're looking for trouble? You come to the right place. I'm telling you that. So remember, he talked about these wind things. I think the Chinook and the Hind. Chinook. Took me to Colorado and Montana because he talked about those things, because they are the currents that you would get. The jet, and also Table Mountain in Wyoming, because the anagram to begin it where warm waters halt is the high, warm west rain wets table. That refer anagrams to that, something like that, off memory. And I ended up in the bottom of Wyoming. Well, just on the map, not. Well, I ended up Casper, to be fair. But I ended up at Casper because of that, and I ended up down Argo Road because reading the poem. So 10, ended up at 10 sleep. You need an aha moment. The second, the minute hand. Begin it where warm waters halt. Now, I don't know, there are some of these words that I'm not saying because I know what the scrapbooks were about. And I remember most of those scrapbooks and the words that were said. But I'm fully aware that not everybody does, so I don't say all the words that Forrest used, but the same words that I've been saying for 6 or 7 years. Begin it where warm waters I had to use the word, and I've told you all these things already. I had to use the word halt. I was limited on the words that I could use. He couldn't use balk because it doesn't mean exactly, precisely, synonymously what comma means, because you had to put a comma there. You had to put a comma after Old Faithful Geezer and take it in the canyon down. I'm not lying. It's not my opinion. There was a reason why Forrest Fenn used the word halt. There was a reason, and that was the reason. Because he couldn't use the word balk because it doesn't mean this. It does, however, mean this. Now, he may not have used the word geezer. I think he did. But he may not have used the word geezer because there are other words that you could put there. But I'm pretty certain he used the word geezer. Now, I'm just saying that because that bit is my opinion. This bit is fact. This is what it means. This is what it means. And if you put that instead of that, because that's the sort of thing that Forrest did, comma is a pause. It is a halt, which is the step, the military people do just before. So that is what it is. And again, it's because of this word. The word that had to be used instead of balk, because balk doesn't mean comma. But I've already told you this. The 5, Time Magazine. Hi, Nikki, by the way. Sorry. Just read what you did and then moved on. But hi, hope you're well. Space, the final frontier. Tea with Olga. The gap. The gap. When I saw you on the floor, doing the southern freeze, stuck in traffic. Cut off mountain. I went to Montana for that. I didn't go to Montana. I don't want people flipping, jumping up and down. That's where it is. That's where I would have gone if I was going to go, if there was a Soul 4. But there wasn't. Somebody else probably did, went there, or in that area because of another, whatever they thought was the right thing. The check Forrest talked about in the scrapbook, that none of these checks bounced. The checks that he got from people. Wait. We've had the hoop. Now we've got the beat. There's that stand. I'm not going to say anything. Spirit has already confirmed it for, as it was in my mouth, ready to say it. It just boom. Well, I did say it, but the explanation was coming up next. Remember Forrest talked about Riverton when he had those pancakes or whatever. He made the egg thing, and the person who made it said it was really nice. And he had a log jam at Riverton when he was a young lad. The end is ever drawing nigh. Now, like I said, I shouldn't have to explain the words that are in the scrapbooks and why he said them, but I don't know how much people remember or even bother to look at scrapbooks. Some people didn't. Your quest to cease. So the end is ever drawing nigh, your quest to cease. Remember, dead end is a Burke. Jenny wondered why nobody could say, well, Probably didn't wonder. It's just put out there for people to understand. Why nobody could say checkmate, Forrest, Fenn. Block. Jam. Hold card. The hold card. Period. Is that a full stop? The hold card. Hello. Why is it? Remember, we had halt, end, cease, leave. The clues in the poem people can focus with. St. Forrest, remember I talked about that message that I gave to Forrest? And I'm not sure if I used it. Brain check. To do with a bad chest. Save for a rainy day. Won't find it on spring break. Limbo. Did Forrest talk about limbo? Golf course. The time warp. It's a jump to the left because it's ever drawing nigh. It's not. Just joking. Just joking. The dead heat. Was that one of those races Forrest talked about? Repose. The hole. The hole. Begin it where warm waters, comma, and the comma is at the hole. How weird is that? The freedom plane. I've got it in my head now. It's a jump to the left and a step to the right. With your hands on your hips, you bring your knees in tight, and it's the pelvic thrust that really drive you insane. So please touch. Hint of riches, new and old. It's what they whisper. The soupçon, the shadow, the bit, the spot, sprinkling amongst the pages, the widow's mite, we dram, the smell assaulted my senses, the lick, the cream, the kitty kits, kittens, the wet socks, the ace, peanuts, trifle, air, ghost, the atom, the grain, the echo, flash, dun, 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 dun. Ah, he's a miracle. Dun, 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 dun. He'll save every one of us. Stand for every one of us. Soupçon, the Fred, slot me in. The hair, record. The token, shot, trickle. Remember him and Donnie? Keep telling me about it. They went to a place where the water went to a trickle. And they're at the biggest mountain. And they wanted to see which way was out. The cue, the wind, the clue. So we've had a hint and now we've got a clue. Take a deep breath. The hidden meaning. Those men of note. So mote it be. The nugget, the patch, shaving. Ah, it's me. You know, I said I like those words that read both ways. This is me in the middle. Don't believe me? That's my initials, and that's the word in the middle. M. Maria Martirano, which is Mary, Mars, Martyr. So I am both the masculine and the feminine and the martyr. That is my name. And I am both the warrior and the peace. That's my name. That's who I am. And I am in, here's in, whichever way you look at it, the middle. Here's what it is. Now you need to remember these words. Any part of some is better than no part of any. Any part of some. Why did he say that? The chicken feed, that must be those kids running around in Fort Worth. Hoot. But is that important? The flake of the shards, whatever, the arrows. Hoop and the beat. Remember, the beat of the drum and the hoop of the dance. So the breath of the breath and the breath of the breath. The stump, the end. Parcel. Somebody was looking for a parcel once. Measure. How many degrees of separation is that? Don't forget is inch. Frosty's inch. Don't forget that. Don't squat with them on. Pay attention to detail. Shift and drift. Any. What we just said. Any part. Well, if we had the word some, that would make the sentence, really, wouldn't it? Any part of some would be the evidence. Let's do a scrapbook about dust or wisp or seeds. Or slip out of the window and down the fire escape. And it won't be blown to smithereens. Send out a signal. Let's do one about the film Blob. The brush. I won't bother with that because it's not significant. Oh, look, some. Any part of some is better than part of some is better than no part of any. Any part of some. Just saying the same words. Any part of some. Just like the minute, the second hand. Just same word. Same word. Oh no, here it is. Here it is. The halo. No. Listen to how this sounds. Did the hot water affect the karma? Did the hot water that you're in, affect the karma? So the amount of hot water that you're in is because of the amount of patina that was affected. Did the hot water affect the patina? Of course it did. The amount of hot water that you're in affects the karma that you're getting. Like going against the universe, what the universe wanted. Remember, touch not my anointed, no weapon form shall prosper, all of that stuff. So the amount of karma is proportional to the amount of hot water. In other words, the bad things that you did, but his statement was, did the hot water affect the patina? Did it? Oh, my tummy was going then. Bit of a confirmation there. I know it did. I'm just... The whiskers, remember the whiskers? I know more than I have said. And not as much as I want to, but the universe is telling you. I can't say the dime, the draft. I can't tell you. I want to. It's for your own good that I tell you. What's this word? Will you please, if you remember nothing else, will you please remember that hey is breath. Breath. Hay is breath. It will become obvious. 2 cents. The stamp. Attributed to. I wish I could have lived to do the things I was attributed to. Ah, those marks. What about the benchmarks? The fingerprint. Forgive us that one small foible. That's what Forrest said. That's exactly what he said. Aha moment. The minute, the second hand. The minute, the second hand. Any part of some. Heartbeat. Why do you miss when my baby kisses me? The wink at a homely girl, or the smile at a homely girl? Because you have to pay attention to the blink, not the wink. You just wink at homely girl, but you can pay attention to the blink. Don't step on a crack. Mo, mo, mo. The beat and the hoop. A New York minute, eh? Ooh. Ooh. A New York min. Mo, mo, Ari, mo, Ari, mo. Missing air from that. Oh, Mario, missing the air. No friendlies there, mate. Have to watch the blink and wink at a homely girl. 3 winks even. Look at that. And only half a mo now. Time magazine. I threw it in the bin and then got it back out. Put it on the desk so people knew. Or was it Reader's Digest? So people would know that I was actually, reading it all whatever he said. Oh, we get to the interesting bit now. Yes, we have no bananas. We have no bananas today. Creation, breath. But this is really important. I am not lying. Creation, breath, and truth. The truth of creation. Remember, hey, don't forget hey. Yod, Vav, hey. Don't forget creation, truth. Creation, truth, what was that's too far back. Ah, there it is. I only tell you the fact. There is no bullshitting in anything that I say. Nothing. Have I gone past awareness? Maybe. I don't know. So the truth of creation is the breath. I think, therefore I am. Made in his image, creation, and the truth of creation, hey, breath, entity. Remember those things because I'm going to do another bit. I was going to do 2 separate videos, but I'm going to do it all in one. And if it goes long, it goes long. But what I would ask, even though this is not about me getting famous, this is not about me getting likes and subscribers, this is about people knowing the truth that's been hidden because these fuckers that stole everything want to keep it for themselves. Unfortunately, they're going past the point where they can, is it retribution? Amends? Restitution? Whatever it is. If you haven't seen Monty Python and the Holy Grail, I suggest you watch it, if nothing else, just for the laugh. The way of it. It is what it is. Gas, cloud, smoke, mist, steam, air, can't remember, soup and the brew and that he talked about, the soot, which is the chimney doodah, sweet brush, we've had the brush, the rain, it's always raining, the clouds, him and Eric Sloan, Eric Sloan, gone for a minute, went for a minute, Remember, I don't know, we've had 5 so far, maybe. Water. So leave, cease, end, halt, water. Sure, there was another one. Whatever. I know the chest is breath. I know the chest is wet. 2 different meanings. The fact that it is wet, because the patina was affected by the hot water. So the chest was wet. And the chest does have a breath. So the chest is breath. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. It is wet. More important things here. There is an ID in the front of the book, The Thrill of the Chase, which is the soul. Show the poem to a child. Which child? Oh, I'm going past it. I didn't want to do that till later, but the inner child that remains about 13. Probably before they're actually totally lost from all of this spirituality that they have inside them. Educated into the material world with the material beliefs and all of those triggers and all of those wounds and all of that fucking bullshit that people carry with them for the rest of their life. And unless they get rid of all that shit, the universe, father, mother, can't fill it up with good stuff because you're already full. Your cup's full. You ain't getting nothing else in there because it's already full. Where my awareness took its first steps. So, let's go. These things, in small doses, they're good. Fear in a small dose of it is good. Don't sit in it, don't stay in it, don't wallow in it, don't spend your life terrified of stuff. gives me confirmation. It's same with the ego. It's good up to a point, but if you live your life in it, no. The mind. I don't mind and they don't matter, he says. The self. Not me. I mind and you matter. Please listen. This is so fucking simple, it's unreal. As I have gone alone in there, go out into nature. As I, the id, the soul, the spirit, because that's where it is, it's there in spirit. As I have gone alone in there, go out into nature. Where is nature? In here. That's where nature is. Nature's in here. And you go alone in here, in that spirituality stuff. Why? Do you have the key? Do you have the key? Do you have the key? Alone in here, your heart, your mind, the conscious, the subconscious, the masculine, the feminine, balancing them out. My heart is in Wyoming. Don't mess with my what? Free will. Don't mess with my humanity. May the force be with you. Oh, look, thought. Coming up to it. Remember me, myself, I. The Holy Trinity. Me, myself, I. As I have gone alone in there. That breath, that meditation, that spiritual being. Remember, we've seen being. Know thyself. Myself, my mind. I, my soul. Me, the balance of the two. Me, myself, I. The breath. The creation. The truth. Excuse me. Not my opinion. Not my opinion. It ain't my opinion. Here are the words. Here are the words right in front of you. And we'll do a second bit. And then someone like Trusted will tell you that what I am saying is true. Now, I am by no means an expert. And I say bullshit, but I don't mean bullshit. Because it is the truth. But this truth comes with a whole load of bullshit that you have to get past. But it is creation and it is the truth. I'm not making these things up. This is here right in front of you. On my own. A secret self. The awareness and the inner child and the crux, the cross, the star, whatever you want to say, the center. The importance of being obviously staged in a New Mexico interview. Here we have Forrest Fenn, a New Mexico staple. Did he say mainstay first or staple first? Can't remember. And then Forrest questioned it. So he mentioned it later and said, here we have Forrest Fenn, a New Mexico mainstay. What? It's the same fucking word. It's the same thing. What is he saying about Forrest Fenn? But what do these words mean? A New Mexico staple, a New Mexico mainstay, a New Mexico essential, necessity, foundation, in tight focus with a word that is key, with his guts feeling. Is he a root? And if Forrest was here now, if you were able to speak to Forrest, I would hope that he would remember that I told him about this root. But this root was in reading the gaps in the lines in the poem, like making a word. I did that Pope. No, we'll come on to that later. It just comes out poem in lots of different ways. Blood, which is obviously another solve that people would want to use or go down or whatever. I think that's it. Yes, that's it. So we have the truth, creation, hey, in this spirituality that Forrest said, as I have gone alone in there, this spiritual person going into nature, which is here somewhere. If I don't find it straight away, my heart, there it is. I wasn't going to do it forever if I didn't find it, but get out into nature. You just go within. Get out into nature. If you're going to be a spiritual person, whilst getting out into nature is good, don't get me wrong, it's very good. But whilst you're out in nature, you are out in nature, under a tree, grounding, knowing thyself. So you are in nature, out in nature, being a spiritual being, Not my opinion. This is not my opinion. This is truth. This is fact, not my opinion. While you're out grounding in nature, breathing, doing all those things, whatever it is these spiritual people do, you are actually going within nature, going within whilst you are without. As within nature, so without nature. Not lying. There it is in front of you. These are not my opinions. There it is in front of you. I'm just explaining to you. I'm explaining to you it in English. It, the way of it. I'm explaining it in English in a way that you can understand. If you choose to understand it, not understand it. Inner, go out into nature. So you are not just the human mind. You are not just the human conscious. You are the soul and the subconscious. Now, the mind, conscious, needs to work in harmony, in balance with the soul, subconscious. The mind masculine needs to work in harmony with the heart feminine. We're all masculine and feminine. Now that doesn't mean that you have to be macho and super strong and all of those things. It's a way of thinking. It's how we have been changed to think. Separated the masculine from the feminine within the one, the I, separated it. So now it's difficult for us as human beings to connect with ourselves, let alone with the opposite sex, because we are trained to think one way and they are trained to think another way. And it's no more clearer than when there is an issue. We solve. What's that moving? Stop messing about. We solve the issue. But females don't want the issue solved. They want it to be recognized. They want it to be understood. So we're more practical, and that doesn't help. So if you spend your life being one, it probably won't get you to where you want to be. Doesn't matter what, you can't get there being all feminine. You can't get there being all masculine. No. You can't get there being all dark, and you can't get there being all light. And I know there'll be people say, you should go, Jesus did it. No, he didn't. Firstly, he didn't exist as Jesus. And secondly, if you were all light, you wouldn't go around flipping tables and doing other stuff. So stop living in this fantasy land. Stop living in this program land and live in the reality that you're supposed to live in, which we're going to talk about any second. If I know how to use the machine. This is really this is, because I don't know which one. Is it this one? I don't know which one I'm going to show you. Let me have a look. Which one I'm going to show you? Right. It's called that one, I think. I don't want to show you the others because too much information. So let me minimize that down. Give me 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, or a New York minute even. Let's see if you can see it. Yes, you can see it. So, no, don't you dare. Don't do those things. Thank you. Can't see me talking to you. It's weird. Right, so words don't mean nothing is as it seems. So we were told words don't mean what you think they do, and nothing is as it seems. We'll go into that later. A bit on to the side. So, not God, not Jesus. Made in his image. Yahuwah. In his image, the reflection of his name, it becomes, here is the hay we just saw, the breath, the truth, the creation. In his image, the image of his name, his real name. This is not my opinion. Here it is in front of you. This is a fact that I am showing you. This image of this translates to the breath. Now, when you speak to any of these scholars that understand the Hebrew text and the yod, vav, hey, doodah, they will explain to you that this is 100% correct. And I am not one of those scholars. But I know things and I fix stuff. You just saw the word stuff. So this image of this image, the reflection of this, the name, the beginning word, the reflection of it, the image of this is the breath, which is, you just saw it, creation. Without the breath, nothing would, well, we wouldn't be here, that's for sure. Now, we are told, whoops, don't you do that. Whoa. Okay, let's do it like this. That way, that way. So, in his image, we are told that's what it is. Remember, I'm not talking about the Bible. This is in the Bible. I'm talking about the original version, the truth of what originally was, not when it was all changed and made into something that it wasn't. So we were told the first will be last and the last will be first, or word to that effect, which is the first in his image, remember. The first will be last and the last will be first. Not my opinion. I'm not stating this as an opinion. This is what it is. The first, this is of the breath. This is of the creation of life. This is what we're being told. The first, remember, the divine Yah, the breath, the first will be last and the last will be first. Double omegas? Alpha and omega? So the first last and the last first. Or Yahuwah. These things are true. I'm not making it up. I'm not trying to make it fit. I'm not telling you something that is not true. It's not my opinion. It's just a statement of fact right in front of you. I don't think that this image, that these words are an image of this. It is. You can see that it is. It's a statement of fact. I don't have an opinion that the first letter here is the last letter here. It's a statement of fact. And it talks of creation and it talks of the breath of creation, the beginning word. Remember, hallelujah is not with a J because there was no fucking J. So the truth of scripture, as opposed to the truth of the Bible, nothing to do with God, nothing to do with Jesus. Jesus does not come in his Father's name because his name is Jesus and his Father's name is God. There is nothing to do with that. So, whoops, Mario, calm down. The next thing that we know is it's one name for eternity. God is not one name for eternity because you have a million fucking names for him. But this is one name for eternity because as long as a fucking human being can breathe, as long as a human being breathes, as long as it happens, for eternity, this name and the image of this name will exist. And it can only be one name forever. So as long as someone is, as long as someone is doing that, that name will exist. One name for eternity. Yahuwah, in his image, is the breath, creation. We just saw it. It's not my opinion. I'm not making a stretch and trying to make it fit. That's what it is. Here is the word of the breath. Here is the word of the breath. The first shall be last, and the last shall be first. Not making it up. Here is the hay, and here is the hay. The breath that you've seen, that I've shown you, is a fact, not my opinion. It's a fact. Not only is it a fact, it's a truth, as I've been telling you for the last 6 years. It's a truth about the soul, about creation, about the beginning and the end. So, we've already discussed it. I come in my Father's name. Not God and Jesus. It's not his name. That's an impossibility. So anybody who is a Christian or any other faith that talks of God and Jesus is so fucking blind. A blind man can't find it. He's so fucking blind to the truth. It's unreal. It's a simple statement. I come in my Father's name, and yet, no, he doesn't. But Yahuwah and Yahuwah and Yahusha is the Father's name, the divine name, Yah. Hallelujah. Yah, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. That Yah. Glory, Yah. Hosanna in excelsis. Not Gloria. That's a fabric. Gloria is a fabric, nothing else. But glory, Yah, singing about the bells ringing in heaven that they've taken from our earthly realm and play them in such a low tone instead of a high tone, or ring them, I should say. So far, everything that is said in regard to Yahuwah is 100% true and factual and can be proven by all of those scholars that read Hebrew. This is the breath. This is creation. This is the Son of the Father in his Father's name. So, in my Father's name, Yahuwah, but wait. Oh, didn't I put it in? Oh, there. Afterwards. Thank you. You wanted to do it first, eh? So, we are supposed to be protected by the fact that the person died on the cross. You believe it's Jesus, which it wasn't. But Jesus does not mean what Yahusha means. This is the Father. Usha is a fort in a place called Galilee. A very important fort. So using his Father's name and the fort, the protection, he looks after us. He shields us. He is the Savior. So the divine, Yah, hallelujah, Usha is the fort, the protection, is why he was given to us in his Father's name. He comes in his Father's name, and he came to protect us, to shield us, to be the fort that we can enter when we are attacked Now, this is really important. Very important. Please listen. You should have already been listening. Paul said he died. He died. And Christ was in him. Not Jesus. Christ was in him. He is protection. Now, listen. You don't go to Jesus. Go to Christ. And he is in you. The way to my Father is through me. You let go of you. Remember, he was crucified. He died, crucified, and Christ is in him. The way to my Father is through me. It's within you. Don't go anywhere. It's within you. That's the way. That's the way. I am the light, the life, and the way, or whatever. That's the way. You don't go to him. You basically crucify yourself, which is the dark night of the soul, which is the getting rid of everything that doesn't serve your highest good. And you in turn then become the Christ within. As within, so without. In your own book. So these people that say you have to go to Jesus to get to the Father, bullshit. It's in your own book that says, no, that's not the case. Paul was crucified with him. The Christ was within. And that is the way to the Father. Not through Jesus. So, as within, so without. Now, with you religious people, not religious, well, I suppose they are religious, but however it works, those people that read the Hebrew, no, they're spirituals, aren't they? Excuse me. Or they're religious and they believe in Yahuwah. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. Those people that can read the Hebrew text, an eye for an, excuse me, confirmation, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth is not an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. It is within the name. The Yod, Hey, Vav, Hey stuff. The eye and the tooth. So stop believing the fucking bullshit that Christians, Catholics, Muslims, whatever they are, Islamists, they're all created by the same entity, the devil. They all were created in the Vatican, along with the Masons and all these other fucking idiots. Yeah. Idiots. Who thought they could play God. Who thought that they were any match for the God one. Now, please listen. There were other gods, but there is the Most High God, the one God. Now, what I have shown you is the truth. To the original, remember, thrill of the chase, fake. Now it's fake, you don't want it. You have to go to the original. The chase, absolutely 100% points out religion is fake. The creator was fake. I hope nobody ever finds out. What was Satan thinking when he created this fucking bullshit of religion? What were they thinking when they created money? They're fucking idiots. And they are going to be proven to be idiots. And the more they fight and the more they resist, the more they will be proven to be idiots. Accepting the truth, because they know the truth. They know the truth. They alter the truth. They know exactly what the truth is, but they don't accept it because they want to keep the abundance. They want to stay the 1%. They want us to remain slaves. Now, CERN is off for 4 years. And people are concerned about AI. And some even think that AI is the Antichrist. My stomach is really going, so lots of confirmation there. I'm not hungry because I've already eaten. So I don't know why it's making those silly noises. Some people think AI is the Antichrist. I don't know about that. Because we as humans, we didn't create AI. AI was just here anyway. AI is just energy. But CERN are messing with something that they can't control. Or they think they control it, but it's not because they want to control us. That's the aim of it. And they are sadly mistaken. So everything that I've said is Mr. Hand. Is that Mr. Hand? That name is an opinion, isn't it? What name is? The name in the Hebrew scripture is an opinion. No, it's a fact. It's the earliest fact instead of the Bible facts. Not an opinion. It exists. It exists. And using the information, the actual translation of the information, the actual translation, not the Yahweh, because Yahweh sounds like, but it takes you away from the truth of the real name, the original name that was written. See, if you want to know the truth, if you get lost, you have to go back to the beginning, Forrest said. Now, in the chase, that was the first draft. That was the truth. In this, the Hebrew scripture is the truth, is the original. So it needs to be translated correctly. It needs to be put back to the original. Now, that original Yod, Hey, Vav, Hey, and I only know that because Trusted said it first, and then I looked at it. That can only turn out to be a Y, an AH, a U, and a AH. Can't be Yah, which is YAH, the first bit. Way, that's impossible. Because we already have a H that means AH. And even if it didn't, even if there was no A in there, it would still be without that. So it'd still be the original name without any of those vowels. It would still be the breath. But the fact that hey is breath, the fact that hey is creation, the fact that hey is truth, lends a lot of credence to the fact that the first shall be last and the last shall be first. In his image, of course. So the name is not an opinion. The name is based on the facts that we have. The name is based on this. Yod, Hey, Vav, Hey. So if this Y is this Y, and this H is this AH, and this V is this U, and this H must be this AH. It must be. It can't be WEH. Otherwise, this H would be EH2. And there wasn't a double U, there was only a U. A W is the two V's or the two U's. So the truth is the truth, irrespective whether you believe it or not. I don't give a fuck whether you believe it. I don't care if you think it's an opinion. The truth knows that it's the truth. The important thing is, do you have enough faith to believe in the truth? Remember, the chase was all about Old Faithful. The creator, originally, and still now, is Old Faithful. That's what they called him. Old Faithful. And we, as the meek, are the faithful. So the chase was about Old Faithful. And the meek, no place for the meek, which is away from Old Faithful. Remember, he's spiritual, not religious. So he wants to be with Old Faithful as a spiritual person. He wants to be with the creation, the breath. That's where Forrest wants to be. That's where he wants to go. Wanted to go, wants to go. That's the truth of it. Old Faithful. As a spiritual person, that's where he wants to go. That's his spot. Old Faithful. The creator. The true creator, the one creator. Not God and Jesus. That's a fucking lie given to us by the devil. Now, everything that I've said is true and is proven true with all the information that we have. There are no opinions. There are no guesses. There's just, here is the information and this is what the information means. It's not an opinion. These letters, symbols, whatever you want to call them, I don't give a fuck. This is what they mean. And the image of it is this. And the first and the last is this. And everything that was said, one name for eternity, as long as someone's breathing, this is going to be spoken. And it's the beginning word. In the beginning was the word, and that word was not fucking God. Your first word out of your mouth, apart from if you're crying, is the breath. And as long as there is a human being alive, till the end of eternity, it will still be that breath. Till the last breath. The one name for eternity, the one word that's ever going to be here for eternity is that breath, that creation, that truth, that fact. You've just seen it. It will be that, hey, that Yah. It will be there forever. And it will only be that one name because that's the only one name that works. That's the only one name that has the first, last, the last, first, the one name for eternity in my Father's name. It's the only one that has all that. Now, the Pope, why did I not put that on there? The Pope went to Lebanon. Some fucking bullshit stuff. But in Lebanon, in Biblios, sounds very much like Bible. Biblios, that's where Osiris was found by Isis. And some fucker cut up his body into lots of pieces and separated them all over the place. Now, in the Egyptian way of seeing things, nature is the father and the mother is the sky. Whereas other religions or ways of thinking do it the other way around. And it makes sense because the womb, we tend to think that the male gives the seed. Therefore, if the seed goes into the earth, then the earth must be the female. But the creation was in the stars, a canopy of stars. What does that sound like to you? That's something Forrest said. So if you look at it, the canopy of stars would be Isis. And Osiris would be the earth. That's the picture. Not lying. I'm not lying. That's the fact of it. Now, does that mean that this one version of events is incorrect, as opposed to all the other versions that say, no, 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 it can't be? So nature is within. As without, as within, so without. So if you go out into nature, you can also be in nature by going within, knowing thyself. The truth of our history has not been given to us. They tried to destroy the information. No, they tried to destroy the people that knew the information, that could read the hieroglyphs. What they don't realize is there is information out there that will be found. That will prove beyond any doubt all of the lies they told. And will make people want to know what they're hiding in the Vatican. Will make people want to know why they were led to believe that there was a being called God and a son called Jesus. Now trust me when I say that is a lot of people. And they will come together because everything that you made them believe was a lie. Doesn't matter if they're Catholic, Protestant, Christian, Islam, doesn't matter. They will know that it's a lie. Now, there are some people that already know it's a lie and they don't give a shit. But there are millions of people who don't know it's a lie. And they will find out. It's a lie, it's a lie, it's a lie, it's a lie. They will find out. And they will find you. Now, that's only for those people that know what they did, how they did it. So our food will be clean, our water will be clean, our energy will be free. Our medicine will be from Mother Nature, Father Nature, depending which way you look at it. This world will be different. As it was, so shall it be. Now, it works like this. There was supposed to be this person called Ra who was trying to stop this chaos demon from coming to this planet. It seems that didn't work out right because I don't know who's going to help, chaos or embroidery. So the chaos has to stop, and the embroidery has to start. Now, Pandora's box was opened. I can assure you that hope is putting everything back the way that it was. Hope out of depression. That sounds good, doesn't it? And I don't care what you believe. I don't care whether you believe me, and I don't care if you think, well, whatever you think. All the things that you've said, all the lies that you said, all the ways that you portrayed me, everything that you've done, I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. It's not in my interest to worry that you want to hold on to something that's not yours. That doesn't interest me. That should interest you, not me. I don't need to fight with you because you're destroying yourself without me. I don't need to do anything. Remember, no weapon form shall prosper. Touch not my anointed. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. What matters is the consequence of you doing what you do. If it doesn't wake you up and you continue to do what you're doing because you're angry, you aren't learning the lesson that you were given. Remember the patina and the karma early on? I'm not lying. I'm not making those words up. You can see them for yourself. Did the hot water affect the patina? Right next to the word karma. So did the hot water that you're in affect the karma that you're getting? Of course it does. The deeper and the more hot water, it's going to hurt more, isn't it? So if you don't want to hurt more, if you don't want the issues that you have, don't get in the hot water. Simple solution. Remember, I started these videos off saying, well, I don't want to see anyone suffer. Now, if you continue to put yourself in hot water, you're going to suffer. I don't want that. I told you not to do it. I asked you not to do it. I warned you not to do it. However you want to take it. I don't give a shit. I don't care. The point of these videos is all right. The least amount of people suffer. That's the point of them. The least amount of people suffer. No one above anyone else. Just the least amount of people suffer. That's it. If you continue to put your hand in the fire, do you think I'm going to worry? No, I'm not. I am not. It's not in my interest to try and live your life. I can tell you what's happening. I can tell you what's going to happen. I can tell you why it's happening, why it's going to happen. But you choose what you want to do about it. I don't give a shit. I'm not going to worry about it. The reason why things have changed, in the beginning, I told you. Remember the umbrella, the protection. The protection that you were getting, gone. That's why the shit hits the fan. That's why it's different. Because before, the ideas that you had, the way that you were living, the way that you looked, the way that you felt, was because you were protected. Because you were living off someone else's energy. No, you're not. It's cut. You're on your own. You have to think for yourself. You have to do for yourself. You have to go through the karma, the lessons that you brought on yourself. No one else to blame but yourself. Anybody who's hearing this, no one else to blame but yourself. And I know there's a lot of people that said, oh, I didn't ask to get this and I didn't ask to get that. That's not saying I don't have any sympathy. That's not saying I don't understand the pain. That's saying you have to let it go. Because it will destroy you. It will make you a worse version of yourself. I know people have gone through shit. I know that. I know they didn't deserve it. But there is a lesson in there. Now, this generation maybe is going to suffer more than the next generation, and that generation is going to suffer more, not suffer more, but not have it as good as the generation that comes after and the generation to get to the point where everything's great. But in order for everything to be great, there had to be a suffering. This generation had to suffer in order to be strong enough to take care of business. When business is taken care of, there won't be as much suffering because these fucking idiots, I want to use the word stupid, they won't be here. They won't be doing the things they were doing. They won't be poisoning us. They won't be giving us bullshit and lies. We will know the correct way to live a balanced and healthy life. Those things will change going forward. But for now, we suffer because these people still exist. But when our children learn the correct way to behave, because they are fucking smart, and they don't need us corrupting them into a way of living that we're not meant to have. So going forward, things will get better. Because the lies will be exposed and the truth about creation and spirituality, as opposed to religion, the truth of the medicines that we don't need, that we could just use Mother Earth and everything that she has, and things like copper, silver, all of those things will come back. Like if you go back into history and you talk to the nurses about silver and that, they'll tell you it's very important. If you go back in history and you talk to the people in the wars, they'll tell you about silver and how important it was. When you find out about copper and how important it was, when you find out about grounding and how important it was, and how natural it was to do these things, life will be different. And you don't have to pay through the nose and work like a slave to have a great life. You just have to behave in a way that's authentic to you, that you want to live, but in a way that's good for you and good for those around you. See, the whole point is, if you lift other people, they will lift you. But if you try stomping on people, you will be stomped on. Not joking, not lying, not trying to be fucking clever or anything. Just telling you the truth. And I'm talking to everyone. I don't give a flying fuck if you are King Charles. I don't care. I don't give a flying fuck if you are President Trump or fucking President Putin or Prime Minister fucking Burnham. I don't care who you are. You will be treated the same as everyone else. There is no hierarchy when it comes to being a good person. There is no hierarchy when it comes to being judged. And I am not your judge. I am not your judge. And I am not your enemy. I am your friend trying to tell you that there is a judge. There is a judge. He will judge you. Nothing you can do about it. Nothing you can do about it. So, I'm missing stuff. I'm not, like I say, I'm not the enemy. I'm very hopeful that Mario will get back to telling us what the poem says. Hey, Captain Kidd. Haha, Street. I just did, didn't I? I'm not betting on it. Ignoring the truth for your own opinions can make one suffer. Well, I'm glad you're listening to yourself. You're obviously not listening to yourself, but important that you do listen to what you just said there, Street, because you're the only person that's ignoring the truth. Alone, it's a hell of a word. Mario, please show us where Forrest Fenn said the thrill of the chase is all about Old Faithful, or is that just your opinion? I am spiritual, not religious. Are you spiritual, Street? Do you know who Old Faithful is? Do you know what that means? Do you know what the meek are? Any idea? Are they the faithful that follow Old Faithful as the divine being, not the religious being, the divine being, written in his poem? Using the word halt that I just said in this video, if you didn't see it, and putting a comma in his poem because he had to use the word halt, because I, not like you, I listened to what he said. Now, it doesn't matter if I tell you the truth, because you have your own bias because of those tendencies that you have. But I told you the truth. Using the words that Forrest Fenn gave us and explaining what they mean in English, because everything, listen, because you find it very difficult to listen. Even though I tell you the truth, even though I tell you what the truth is, you find it very hard. You just like to keep coming back and back and back and back and back and trying to get this game going that I have to give my energy to you, all the fucking bullshit. But listen, you fucking idiot. Listen. Forrest Fenn, are you listening? No, are you listening? Forrest Fenn said, words don't mean what you think they do. What does that mean, Street? Seriously, write down what that means. Words don't mean what you think they do. Yeah, I don't do that. They're not opinions. What does it mean to you? What does it mean to you? Words don't mean what you think they do. What does that mean to you? Apart from the fact that you don't fucking listen, what does it mean? It means everything, not everything. The majority of the stuff that you heard, read regarding Forrest Fenn doesn't mean what you think it does. End of. Shows that you are an idiot and shows that I listen. It doesn't mean, words don't mean what you think they do. It doesn't mean what you think it does. So every argument that you have with me, proves what an idiot you are. Not being nasty, just telling you the truth for your own good. Words don't mean what you think they do. So whatever you think that Forrest Fenn is saying, it isn't that. It isn't that. So any argument that you have about what Forrest Fenn said or not is a waste of time for you, because it doesn't mean what you think it does. He told you that. Just shows how much of an idiot you are. I find it hard to believe that you can't comprehend that what you believe was being said is not what was being said, based on the fact that the person who started the chase, who ran the chase, told you it doesn't mean that. Not finished there, Street. I know you're still idiotic enough to not understand. Not finished there with just words don't mean what you think they do, because you obviously believe they do, even though he told you they don't. Nothing is as it seems. So you're told, don't believe a single word that's been said, because it doesn't mean what you think it does. And you're told nothing is as it seems. And you believe that it is. Now, let's turn that round. If words don't mean what you think they do, everything that I've said must be true. Because it has nothing to do with what Forrest Fenn said. You believe what Forrest said is what he meant. I believe what Forrest said is not what he meant. So everything that I say must be true based on Forrest Fenn's own words, that his words don't mean what you think they do. And nothing is as it seems. So you can go through life learning how to lip read, because you're not going to hear anything that anybody says that is the truth, because you believe that you're the only person that knows the truth. You don't want to hear what anybody else has to say. Makes you a fucking idiot. The only way you're going to get the answers is by not believing what you've heard. If you follow everything that you've heard and believe that to be true when you're told it's a lie, words don't mean what you think they do, which means it's a lie, which means it's fake. Nothing is as it seems, which means it's a lie, means it's fake. And if you go through life believing that being involved in the thrill of the chase was all about everything that was said, it shows how stupid you are. I don't want to use that word, but I have to, because you are. Or you're just the biggest narcissist, or I don't know, you have ulterior motives, or you're just not a very nice person, or you fail to see the wounds that trigger you, or I don't know, lots of things. Again, words don't mean what you think they do, which means I don't think they mean those things. I'm telling you they mean something else. Who's more likely to be right? Be honest. Like, try and work it out for yourself. Who's more likely to be right? Forrest told you that words that you hear are not real, and I'm telling you different words. Who's more likely to be right? You or me? Based on that truth, not an opinion. Words don't mean what you think they mean. If I say to you red, it doesn't mean red, the color, because it doesn't. It can mean other colors. So Forrest is telling you that red doesn't mean red, and you believe it does. Even though he's telling you it doesn't, you believe it does, because you're stupid, because you don't hear. Red does not mean red. Forrest told you words don't mean what you think they do. If you still want to believe it's red, you're stupid. Now, I don't want to believe it means red, because Forrest told me it doesn't mean red. It doesn't mean red. It doesn't matter what you think. You're told it doesn't mean red. This is just an example. You're told it doesn't mean red. Stop believing it means red and saying that I'm wrong because I don't believe it means red. I believe it means something else. To see how that works, is there any chance that any of that has got through to you? Now, that's just a word. Nothing is as it seems. So all the truth that you believe it's true, with everything that happened in the chase, all the events that took place, you believe are real, they're not, because the person who created the chase said they're not. Nothing is as it seems. If you believe that it's what was given to you, you're stupid. I'm just being honest, not being nasty. It's got nothing to do with being spiritual. It's to do with being authentic and honest. Now, I've said it for 6 years, the same things. You'll find it very difficult to understand. I'm speaking English. I know I am, because I'm English. Maybe your version of English is not the same as mine. But if somebody tells me words don't mean what I think they mean, then I will give them a different meaning. You see how that works? Do you see how simple that is? If words don't mean what I think they mean, I will give them a different meaning, such as follow the 9 clues precisely. Do you know what precisely means? No, because you never looked it up, unlike Forrest Fenn, who looked up all the words in the poem, including, well, he might not have looked up follow them precisely. He may have come across them while looking up, I don't know, as, just putting it out there, because as doesn't mean what you think it does. Based on the information of Forrest Fenn, words don't mean what you think they do. You think he wrote "as I have gone alone" in there, but he actually wrote synonymously "I have gone alone" in there, or precisely "I have gone alone" in there, or even follow "I have gone alone" in there. Do you see how that works? Because words don't mean what you think they do. Got through yet? See, the truth is, Street, apart from you being stupid and an idiot, and that's not me, hating you for being stupid and an idiot, that's just me telling you the truth. If words don't mean what you think they do, you, my friend, are wrong, because you believe they do. Now, I may not be correct in your opinion and your assumption and your way of looking at things, but guess what? I've got more chance of being correct because my words don't mean the same as your words. See how that works? Like, I've admitted that Forrest told me that the words are incorrect. I've admitted that. I've listened to him and gone, oh, he's told me that the words that I see don't mean what I think they do. He's told me that. Like, outright told everybody that. And if you believe that they do, you're already wrong. And I have a chance of being correct because I don't believe that. I don't think like you. I am not stupid, nor am I deaf to what people say. Do you see how that works? Have you any inclination? Are you anywhere near understanding words don't mean what you think they do? Are you anywhere near understanding that? Words don't mean what you think they do. Which means those words in the poem don't mean what you think they do. Anybody putting different words to that poem has more of a chance of being correct than you, because you believe they do, even though the person that wrote it says they don't. Are you there yet? Is there any chance that you're there yet? Those words don't mean what you think they do, told to you by the person who created those words. I don't believe they mean what he wrote. I believe they mean something different because he told me that. He told you that. You want to believe what you want to believe, but you can't deny the fact that I have more chance of being correct than you, because I don't believe those words mean what you think they do. Anywhere near? Anywhere near? Are you anywhere near being a human being, admitting that you're a fucking idiot and that you didn't hear what Forrest said? Are you anywhere near admitting that you are so far from being a spiritual person because you don't have it in you to see someone get something that you can't? It's just the truth. You hate the truth because you, that small in here and in here. I don't care what you tell me about your family. I don't care what you say about any of your friends. The truth is right here on this page and on all the other pages. Now, for the last time, words don't mean what you think they do. You are totally, utterly, astronomically incorrect with your version of what the chase was about. You are totally, all those words that I said, wrong again, because nothing is as it seems. Has that sunk in yet? Has it sunk in yet? Words don't mean what you think. Nothing is as it seems. Look at it in a different way with a different perspective, and you may see your flaws. They don't mean what I think they do, but they do mean what you want them to. No, I don't want them to mean anything. See, that's the sort of person you are. I don't want them to mean anything. These words that I've just shown you now, fact. Now, if we'll take that word red again. If Forrest used the word, let's do it. Let's fucking do it. Let's do it. Uh-oh. Where are we? Let's do it. If Forrest used the word red, and he was talking about a ruby, but he used the word red, and I told you he was talking about a ruby, it's not because I want it to be a ruby. It's because he's talking about the jewel, the ruby. He's not talking about scarlet. He's not talking about cardinal. Oh, no. Let's change that. Let's change that. So he's talking about fruit, and he said the red. And when he was talking about the red, he meant cherry. Now, if I said it was a ruby, you might have some sort of case. If I said it was a scarlet, you might have some sort of case. If I said it was a cardinal, you might have some sort of case. But because I said the red meant cherry, and we know it's a fruit that he's after, me saying wine or rose or claret or maroon or pink or coral, you might have a case. But because I am saying he's talking about a cherry, he's not talking about red. Now, red is pink. Well, that's funny. How is red pink? Red is ginger. If I was talking about ginger, you might have a case because ginger is not a fruit, as far as I know. Or we go to New Mexico, and the cinnabar doodah. Let's get a different color apart from pink. Are you there yet? If I said beetroot, you would have a case. I don't know. Is beetroot a fruit? It's in the ground. Might be. Potato. Oh no, tomato is. Now, I could be wrong. He could be talking about a peach. But is a peach red? Is a peach red? No. So he's talking about a cherry. Because a peach is peach. You see how it works? So you have to whittle down. Remember, he talked about the whittling and threw the stuff out of the plane. You have to whittle it down, because I listen. You have to whittle it down to what it could possibly be. Because, Street, it doesn't fucking mean red. The information that you use is the wrong information. The information that I use may be the wrong information, according to you, but it's more chance of being correct because it's not fucking using the word red. It's using anything other than the word red, because Forrest told us the word red is wrong. It doesn't mean what you think it does. See how it works yet? Any chance? Is there any chance? Please, is there any chance that he will fucking wake up? Yes, I am acting like you. I'm glad you fucking see that. What? Bill Wood? Bill Wood? Or Bill Wood? Which wood is that? The Wood or the OULD wood? No. Street. Your opinion. It's your opinion. It's my fact. Your opinion doesn't hear the truth because you're a narc. You have bias that says you'll never be wrong. My opinion is based on truth and listening. If the word does not mean what I think it does, the words that Forrest used, then it can't be any of those words. Can't be. That's fact, not my opinion. It's fact. Unless you want to say that English doesn't mean what I think it does. Words don't mean what you think they do. Nothing is as it seems is a clear indication that everything is fake. It doesn't get any clearer than that. It does not get any clearer than that. Words don't mean what you think they do, so don't pay any attention to the words that I'm saying because they don't mean what you think they do. So what do they mean then? Nothing is as it seems, which means pay no attention to what you see here going on because it's not how it seems. That's fact. That's fact. In English, what I'm saying to you is fact based on the words that Forrest used. Now, if you can't see that, again, we go back to my definition and my description of you because that's how you're acting. Not because I hate you, not because I want to be correct, but because you are not listening to the truth, not my opinion, the truth. Now, I know this is your bullshit game of trying to get the energy and trying to fucking wind people up and, I don't know, this fucking bullshit persona that you have to get files on everybody, that you have to try and bring everybody down, that you have to try and prove that you're something that you're not. Guess what? I am who I am. And I do have the truth. And you will see the truth in divine timing. And guess what? That table, you'll be nowhere near that table, my son. Nowhere near it. But you'll get a grandstand view of the truth. No need for apologies. No need for all, oh, it was a misunderstanding. No need for all that fucking bullshit that's already planned. I already know. No need for that. I hear the truth. I know the truth. I play the game because in me playing the game, I get to know you. And I know you. And I know Frank. I know Richard. I know all of you. I know Forrest. I know Elaine. I know Mike, Christy, Cindy, Cynthia, Dal, John, both Johns, Amy, Justin. I know you all. And I'll be with you again next Thursday or whatever it is, whatever day it is today, Friday. So do not for 1 minute think that I don't know what's going on for 1 second, for 1 millisecond. Do not think that I do not know what's going on, because I know what's going on. And I'm not talking about this little bit of the chase. I'm talking about, what's the word? Universal. Thank you. Universal events. What idle threats? I don't threaten anyone. I don't need to threaten anyone. You bring your own self down. I'm trying to bring you up. You're bringing yourself down. I'm telling the truth about what you're doing, what you're saying, how you're acting, what sort of person you are. So you will look at that and go, hang on, am I that sort of person? Am I really that sort of person? But you don't, because you're that sort of person. You see how that works? Like any normal person will go, hang on, why is he calling me stupid? Why is he saying I'm an idiot? Why is he saying this? Why is he giving me all this information? Is there something that I'm missing? But a normal person would do that. Just have a little bit of introspection, like just a little bit, just a little bit, a little bit more, like just a little bit. Just to confirm that what I'm saying is fucking BS. But unfortunately, it's not BS, because you continue to do what you do. And it makes me laugh. And I give you the energy that you want to get, not in the full sense of like, being angry with you, because I'm not angry with you. You can't help being stupid. Stupid does stupid. That's it. I can't help that. And I allow you to do that. That's fine. But don't for 1 minute think that it will change anything. It won't change nothing. The truth is the truth. Doesn't matter whether you believe it. Absolutely doesn't matter whether you believe it. Now, the stuff coming out of my mouth, that's the truth. You are an idiot. For saying and doing the things that you're doing, you're an idiot. Because it's obvious that when somebody says to you, words don't mean what you think they do, you're wrong. When somebody says to you, nothing as it seems, you're wrong. Because you believe they did, and you believed it was, and I didn't. Now, even if I am wrong, Street, I'm not, but even if I am wrong, you were already wrong. Like you're trying to be the winner of something where you were one of the first people out because of what you believe, because of how you behave, because of what you are. And if anybody is going to be correct, it's going to be me, because I don't believe the fucking BS, like I don't believe your BS. And you may hate that, and I don't care. I don't care. Not because I'm an uncaring person, just because I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me if you were given the keys to the city because of everything that you did. It wouldn't matter to me. I would be happy for you. I would be happy for you. It wouldn't matter to me. I don't want to bring anyone down, but I do want to tell them the truth. If you don't believe what I'm saying to you is the truth, then you do need to do some introspection. Because those words are not false. Words do not mean what you think they do. The words that Forrest gave you are fake. Stop trying to make a case with the fake words that you are giving. Stop trying to make a case that goes above nothing is as it seems. You're already wrong. You are already, the only way you can be right, correct, is if you take no notice of what those words are given you and you change them to something else. The draft, the original, the poem in the book, not my opinion. Not my opinion. The poem in the book is fake. The second poem. The second poem. The poem in the book is fake. It doesn't mean what you think it does. You are never, ever going to find it. That word halt is a comma. Read me what the poem says and it's game over. It's game over, all right? Absolutely game over. Now, I'm not bothered about the thrill of the chase. I'm bothered about our oppressors who stole creation from us, who have to give back the abundance that they stole, who have to make reparation, restitution, who have to stop poisoning the air, poisoning the water, and poisoning the food, who have to stop doing all these fucking rituals, who have to free the children and the women, who have to stop this fucking BS. Now, I want those things to stop because they're not supposed to happen anyway. But I also want it to stop because if it doesn't, they're suffering, and they will suffer. They will suffer. It's going to be worse than they think. And when they think it can't get any worse, when they think that not being here in this realm will be better than what's happening, they will find out that that's incorrect. When they think they've got nothing to lose, that's incorrect. And there are people in this realm and other realms who already know that what I'm saying is true. I'm not saying it to scare anyone. I'm not saying it to be clever. I'm not saying it because I'm fucking wonderful and I can do this, that, and the other. I'm saying it because it's true. And somebody with a red or white car will know that's the case. Or both cars. Just coming to my head. So, that is your opinion, not fact. Okay, it's my opinion. Mary, do you have a key word? Just wondering. I sure would like to hear it. So tell me, Mario, what does the poem say? I've already told you 100 times. Well, not 100 times, but many times. You go from giving your opinions about it to saying it's the truth because you say so. Yes, I do. How'd you like them apples? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And you don't have to believe a single word of it. But your judgment comes from the fact that you don't believe a single word of it. Not because what I say you have to follow, but because your heart is closed to the truth. So if you want it to be, because that's obviously what you're trying to get at, then you can have that if you want it. If you want to believe that, you go ahead and believe it. But based on everything that I've told you, even a child would understand that what I'm saying is true. That you are an idiot because you can't listen to the truth. Not my truth. Forrest truth. Words don't mean what you think they do. You're wrong. Get over it. Get used to it because it's going to happen a lot. Nothing is as it seems. Get used to it. Not my opinion. You're an idiot because you don't listen. Not my opinion. It's a fact. I can't stress it enough. Words don't mean what you think they do. Anybody who thinks something different than what they've been told has more of a chance of being correct than you, Street, because they're not using the words they were given. You are. Firstly, makes you wrong. Secondly, makes you an idiot for doing that. After the person who created it says, don't do it. Don't believe it. It's not correct. You need a correct solve. You have to correct the poem. Those wrong words that I gave you that don't mean what you think they do, you have to correct them and get the original, because now you know it's fake. You don't want it. Not my opinion. They're the words that Forrest used. Words don't mean what you think they do. Go back to the beginning. The draft that he wrote, words don't mean what you think they do, is 100% saying it's fake. Wake up. Become a human being, at least for a couple of minutes. Even if you don't want to believe it, words don't mean what you think they do. It means they are fake. Fake words, fake poem, not real. Get the original. That's what he's telling you. It's not what it seems. Get the original. That's what he's telling you. Not me. I don't give a fuck. I'm trying to wake you up because you're turning into some sort of fucking dick. Well, you've always been a dick and I haven't noticed. I'm telling you the truth. I must have said it 10 times, if not more. Probably even 20 times. And you still, Street, I know the game. But we're not playing that game anymore. The Matrix is rewritten. All you're doing is bringing yourself to that place that you don't want to be in when it fucking happens. That's all you're doing. That's all you're doing. You are not affecting my... Always goes when I'm talking to you, Street. Always goes when I tell you the truth. You're not affecting my reality in any way, shape or form. You're not expecting. Oh, that could be something. Careful, mate. Careful. Something might happen. I said expecting. And that wasn't the word that I wanted to say. So I don't know what spirit was going on there for. I've lost my train of thought because I wasn't expecting to say expecting. You're not affecting my reality. Thank you. You're not affecting the way that I think. You're not affecting the truth. You're not affecting the timing. You're not affecting anything. You're just bringing yourself lower and lower and lower and lower. Giving me more energy, giving me more time, making me stronger, all of them things. As you reap, so shall you sow. That negativity that you're putting out will go back to you, will make me more positive. That time that you spent doing all this bullshit will come from you. You'll look older, I'll look younger. I don't know if you can tell, but all of those things. You'll be poorer, I'll be richer, all of them things. And you don't have to believe it. I don't care. And it's probably better if you don't believe it, because it will make me younger, it will make me stronger, it will make me wiser, it will make me richer. So it's better if you don't believe it. But I'm not doing this for me. I'm not doing it for me. I'm warning you for you. For me, I'm all right, mate. I don't need to do any of this. It's not in my best interest to do this, but it is in yours. No, again, you don't listen. I want a treasure chest to go where it's supposed to have gone. I've said it numerous times, but you don't listen, so you probably didn't hear it. Shiloh said he was going to honour his grandfather. Hasn't done it. Hasn't done it. We are 6 years on from Shiloh honouring what his grandfather wanted. And don't give me the fucking bullshit that it's been sold and everything's done. No, it hasn't. That wasn't what happened. Remember, nothing is as it seems. I know what happened. I know what went on. I know all of it. All of it, Street. I know all of it. I know all about court cases. I know all of it. I know all about raids. I know all of it. I know all about people passing away. I know all of it. I know all about people living rough or in the car or on the run. I know all of it. For my information, no, it's not. Well, yes, it is, but it's a fairly truthful script with hidden messages in it. I think maybe you should need to watch it again and then see the hidden message in there. I don't mean about the script itself. I mean things that you can see hidden in plain sight that are messages. Yes, aren't they good opinions? A bit like onions. The more you fucking peel it, the more there is. It's a good opinion that I have. I'll stick with it, thank you. One of those opinions is you're an idiot. That's probably the best thing that I've thought of in the chase. Probably the most truest thing that I've said. Thanks for that, Street. And I don't know, is it an opinion or is it true? What do you reckon, Street? Do you reckon it's an opinion that you're an idiot? Or are you an idiot? Is it just my opinion? Or is it a fact? Another opinion is you're not spiritual. Is that an opinion or is it fact? I think it's fact. You're nowhere near spiritual. You need to look at that trigger, mate. The trigger of your father. You need to look at it and wonder why I'm telling you the fucking truth. Because you won't tell yourself the truth. There we go. Oh, fucking, you've already done it. I knew you were going to do it. You remind me of religion. Believe what we say or else you will be punished, Mario. No, 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 no. No. There is a lesson to be learnt, not a punishment. You don't learn the lessons, so you get karma. And then you get more karma because you didn't learn that lesson, and then you get more karma because you didn't learn that lesson. It's got nothing to do with religion, and it's got nothing to do with anything that you think. It's to do with what type of person am I? Why do these things happen? Why do I get triggered? Now, you are like the devil. You say lies. You try to make people believe things that aren't true. You try to put suggestions in people's heads because you're weak. You want to feel better than you are. You don't want people knowing the real you. But I know the real you. I could trigger you if I wanted to. I could send you to your bed crying if I wanted to. But I am not street. I am not you. I will never be like you. Ever. And unless you wake up, you will never be like me. I don't believe a wealth of Bitcoin is being given to me, Davey. I don't believe that. I believe the wealth of the world is being given to me, Street. I believe the wealth of the 1% is being given to me, Street. That's what I believe, Street. You think I don't know? You think that there is anything that I don't fucking know? I deal in the truth, Street. Didn't I say I was the master? Didn't I say I was all things to all people? Didn't I say I was the mirror? Didn't I say I was the agitator? Didn't I say that there was nothing that wasn't known? You are in for such a rude awakening, mate. The world is going to change right in front of your eyes. My phone keeps flipping going off over there. Right in front of your eyes, son. And there's fuck all you can do about it. You see, there is going to be a wealth transfer. And the meek will inherit. The same meek that Forrest Fenn wrote about in the poem. From there, from that place, is no place for the meek, the faithful that believe, the faithful that stand with and next to all faithful. You think I'm lying? Grow up. Get a life. I have told you the fucking truth. And all you can be is a fucking idiot who doesn't listen to the truth. I suggest you watch the beginning about the word breath. And when you take each one of yours, you breathe in and you breathe out. And you know who the Creator is. And I don't ask that you worship Him. I ask that you recognize Him. For without Him, you would not be the fucking idiot that you are. Do you understand? Without the Creator, you would not even be there. I'll tell you when I get it. You'll know. You'll be the first one to. You'll probably know before me because you have to be ready to see. That's how it works. You know that preparing the table? Does that sound like something Forrest said? Like in one book, prepare a table in front of your enemies, and in the other book, the banquet table. Sound familiar? The leftovers of history? Sound familiar? The lies that were told? Not San Lazaro, mate. The world. Remember the pottery? Forrest wanted to know what was written in the books. What was not written in the books. That's what Forrest wanted to know. Isn't that what I've been saying? Isn't that what I'm giving you? The information that isn't in the books. The information that you don't know. Because, Street, you believed that your father believed in a God that was going to punish him and send him to hell. But that God is the devil, not the creator. And Jesus, a demon. Baal, a demon. Lord, to you. He did not have the faith. Doesn't matter whether he's a Christian or a Catholic or a Protestant or any other fucking religion. It's one name for eternity, Street, and that name is not God, and it's not Jesus. It is the breath of creation. And creation there's no idle threat. What am I threatening with you? I'm threatening you with anything. Telling you the truth. There is no threat. My name's not Street. I don't act like you. Tell you how it is. Tell you what it is. If you don't like it, that is tough. That is so tough. But you're warned that even the elect will fall for that fucking trick. Waiting for the devil to return as the saviour. That's got to suck, innit? There was no J Street. J Street. There was no J Street. No J. No Jesus. No Jews. No Jerusalem. But you don't listen. So you can't comprehend what that means, can you? No John baptizing Jesus in the River Jordan. Your father got it wrong because he didn't listen either. You see above that cross, it says I-N-R-I. That was describing who he was. That was saying that he was king. Well, if he was king of the fucking Jews, shouldn't there be a J on that cross? Oh, they missed that, didn't they? When they tried to change history, when they try to give us a fucking bullshit religion and a bullshit fucking God. They miss the truth. He can't be king of the fucking J if it says I-N-R-I. You can't praise fucking God when you say hallelujah. It's fucking impossible. Absolutely impossible. There was no fucking J Street. Now, anybody who listened, anybody who had half a mind, half a brain, would have said to their father, Dad, his name is not God. His name is not Jesus. I have the fucking proof. But you didn't, did you? And now you go around shouting and screaming about Christians and you know fuck all about the truth. You want to shout and scream? Yeah, that's fine. But at least understand the truth when you're shouting and screaming. Because all roads, all paths, all religions lead to Rome. Ever wondered why that saying's there? Do all paths lead to Rome? Do all roads lead to Rome? Only when you're talking about religion, only when you're talking about the Vatican. Any path you take in religion leads to the Vatican. That's the reason it's said. So with the Vatican and those Masons, you got your religion, you got your Christians, not the true faith, not the truth. I know the truth. I speak the truth. J Street. There are no threats. It is merely the truth. The Vatican created religion. The Greeks, the Romans, fucking liars. This person named Jesus that you fucking believe in, don't say you don't. This person named Jesus that you believe in was arguing against the church for the way they behaved. Why would that be? How is it possible that your father, of all people, teaches his son not to fucking listen? How is it possible that you're told that this person named Jesus had an issue with the church, and those people, the church, they crucified him? They stopped him spreading the word, the truth. The church that sprung up and said that Jesus is the Saviour. The same people that fucking crucified him, that gave him to the Romans to be crucified, who then went on to say, yeah, he's the Saviour, he's the one. What? Hang on. Hold up. What's going on here? You went from the Middle East to Rome for them to exalt this person named Jesus. The same person that they crucified, the same person that was arguing against them, that what the churches were doing was wrong. And you allow that to happen. Why do you allow it to happen, Street? Oh, because you don't fucking listen. You don't hear the truth when it's right in front of you. You don't hear it. You don't want to hear it, and you don't hear it. And I am telling you the truth. There are no threats here. There is the truth. The truth that you don't want to hear. Because it doesn't make you special. Because it doesn't make you the one. Because you don't like it. Because you feel abused. Because you feel like a victim. Because this, whatever it is, get over it. Get used to your fucking triggers. Fuck them off. And be a half-decent human being. And fucking listen. One day, you'll be fucking grateful that you did. Read the Bible with a fucking mind and a heart. See the errors for what they are, not for what you think they are, for what they are. Don't slam Christians. Excuse me, confirmation. Don't slam Christians. Most of them are good people. Like your fucking dad. Who want to do the best for their family, for their friends. Most of them are good Christians, good people, but unfortunately, they believe the lies of the devil. See, that's the problem, isn't it? When you don't listen to words not being what you think they are, and to nothing being as it seems. When you don't listen to that, you get the wrong information. And you act according to that information that you have, which is incorrect, which means you live an incorrect life. You see, like the soul, if you start in the wrong place, you finish in the wrong place. You will never, ever get the right answer with the wrong information. And you can bitch and scream and play all of those cards that you always play, that work on everybody else. They don't work on me, Street, because I know the truth. Not to me. Again, you don't listen. When I talk about me, I talk about everybody, because we are, unlike you, the spiritual being that you are, you don't realize that we are one consciousness. We are all one. And when I talk of me, I talk of everyone. You see, that statement that I made, the meek, written in the poem, the faithful, inheriting, the meek inheritance, the meek shall inherit the earth. That is what I'm talking about. See, the faithful having faith in a maverick, the faithful having faith in a maverick, the faithful to old faithful shall inherit the earth. That was the promise. That's what's going to happen. Now, because meek doesn't mean what you think it does, what could it mean? What could it mean? Not my opinion of it. Not my opinion of it. The facts that we have. What facts do we have? Well, the facts are The meek that are mentioned are also mentioned as the faithful. Not my opinion, that's the information that we have. The meek that are mentioned that are going to inherit the earth are also known as the faithful. And they are faithful to the old faithful. So the faithful that are going to inherit from old faithful are the meek. That's fact. It's not my opinion. It's the information that we have. The meek are the faithful. That's who they are. And in the chase, you had to have faith. You had to be faithful, meek. And from there, the meek should not go from that place, the place that they are at. Where are they? Where are they always? Faithful. That's the truth that we have. The meek are known as the faithful, and they should not stray from being faithful. That's where they are, that's who they are, that's what they are, and they should not go from that place because of faithful is going to give them the inheritance. Not my opinion, it's the information we have. Now, if Forrest is saying that he has a place that he wants to be, a special place, a secret place, the place in nature that I've just told you about, are you there yet? Are you there yet? If you are spiritual, believing in the divine, who is old faithful, and you, having faith, being faithful to a maverick, having faith, are faithful, that is the place that you are at. And how special is that place, Street? You're spiritual. How special is it? You're a spiritual person, you say? Like, is there a more important, special place than your faith? No, not to a spiritual being. Not to a spiritual being. That's who they are. That's what they are. They move in faith. That's exactly who they are. They are faithful. Who are they faithful to, Street? Being as you're spiritual. Who are they faithful to? To themselves. First and foremost, they are faithful to themselves. The body's a temple. So they have this temple, this place, this special place, as I have gone alone in there. Within their own temple, watch the words, to breath, within their own body, the nature, the spiritual nature, where were we told that Forrest lived? Temple. Within his temple, he was faithful, of faith, a spiritual being of faith. Where else would you be if you were a spiritual being of faith? Would you be faithful in your temple to old faithful, the breath, the creator? Is there another place in those four states that have anything to do with the spirituality that Forrest was talking about? Not religious. He wasn't talking about God. He wasn't talking about Jesus. He was talking about his faith. Our faith. The person who's going to solve it had to have faith. The person who's going to solve it, deep thinking person using logic. That's who was going to solve it. What do those words mean, Street? Listen, go back to where we started, remember. Those words don't mean what you think they do. So you didn't have to be a deep thinking searcher using logic, because those words are wrong. Now you think that's what you have to be because you don't listen. You, J Street, are an idiot because you don't listen. And you think those words mean what he said. They obviously don't because he told you they didn't. So a faithful thinking searcher could solve his poem. Listen, because you don't. No one can think my thoughts. See how that works? He told you what he was thinking. Do you see how it works yet, Street? Like he tells you the answer, how you can get the answer. A faithful thinking searcher can solve my poem. So he gives you the answer. Deep, faithful. Not my opinion. It's the only way you can fucking solve it. No one can think my thoughts. So I will tell you what I am thinking, thereby you can solve the poem. Because you will never think of it yourself. And nobody did. Not even me. I didn't think of it. He told me it. Because I listened, unlike you. Now, don't fucking say that's your opinion, Mario. He said what the answer was based on the fact that he told you what not to do. Don't believe a single word that I'm saying. It's fucking bullshit. Words don't mean what you think they do. So if you use that statement in the way that he said it, you're a fucking idiot. Because he said it was fake. So what was he really saying? Beware the substitute, he said. Now, if you want to be that type of person, go ahead. But like Pontius Pilate says, I wash my hands of you, mate. I've done my best for you, and you don't fucking listen. I played your game. I tried. Oh, how I fucking tried. But if you want to believe that what Forrest said was a deep thinking searcher, go ahead. But I know he said, words don't mean what you think they do. I have more chance of being correct than you, Street, because I am not using those words that he said as he said them. I am using the truth, the original. Out of the things that Forrest said, I bet you I could probably get up to 20 to 40 times that he used the word faithful. instead of the words that you thought he said. It's simple. It's faithful. Deep thinking searcher, a faithful thinking searcher. Your faithful revenge is me wearing the bracelet. It's difficult. It's faithful, but not impossible. And so on and so forth. Most of them start with it's. Now, he said show the poem to a child, the inner child, which we did earlier. The inner child. Because the inner child, the soul, has better eyes to see with. They have a knowing. You've been spiritual, you'll know that though, won't you? You'll know about the pineal gland being the third eye. You'll understand that if your third eye is open, you're able to communicate. That's not to be confused with what the government are doing now, with their auditory focusing thoughts into people's heads, pretending to be God. Oh, I know about that as well. There's a lot of things that I know about the government, about the families, about the elite, about the devil, about all of these things that you have no fucking idea. None. You live in your fucking stupid, idiotic world, trying to tear people down. I see every day people moaning about fucking politics and stuff. Instead of trying to tear each other down, instead of arguing about which politician is best, instead of worrying about all these things, get together. They're destroying you, they're destroying the planet. That's their plan. They don't give a fuck about you. None of them. So before I go, street, you're not working now. But just bear a thought for your family. What will they do? And it will happen. Or that's the plan. What will they do when they don't have a job? When none of them have a job? Like, even if they're a fucking Uber driver, they won't have a job. Because the cars will all be automatic. Because AI will take over those fucking jobs. What is your family going to do? Are you ready? Have you been listening to anything? What will you do when none of them have a job? Because AI will be able to do all of these jobs that are currently being done by humans. Will they be slaves to the system? Along with this digital ID, you will have nothing and you'll be happy. You won't even have a job. We will control your money. You will do as we say. Well, you won't get any money. Can't work for it. There's no job for them. It's been taken by AI. You'll be surprised what AI can do. You'll be surprised what they've been fucking making them do. CERN is off for 4 years. You better fucking wake up. And you better look after your fucking family, you dick. Stop closing your fucking ears. Stop closing your fucking heart. And just for one fucking day, listen to the truth. There is going to be nothing for anybody. That's the fucking plan. That's the plan, mate. And if you go around with your fucking fingers in your ears and your finger up your fucking ass along with your head, you ain't looking after your fucking family, you dick. Wake the fuck up. Fuck me. You have to be the most idiotic person that I fucking know. And I know a lot of people. There's a planned street, and it ain't a good one. It ain't a good one. And there's a plan, and it's called Happiness is the Pot. Now you can go along with this plan that isn't a good one. You can shove your fucking fingers in your ears and shove your head up your ass as far as it will fucking go. If you choose the not a good plan. Because that's how we got in this place in the first place. Chaos was allowed to take over. Not on my watch. And when I say on my watch, there are thousands. Wake up. What do you think they're going to do with AI? AI was always here. They're just controlling it. Starts with these fucking drones delivering stuff. It will be with the cars driving themselves. There'll be no fucking drivers. There won't need to be. Everything will be automated. There'll be no people in the shops. They're all automated. There'll be no cashiers. One or two maybe. Everything is automated. Architects don't need them. AI. Builders don't need them. AI. Don't matter what it is. It absolutely doesn't matter what it is. In fact, AI would be better at it. A robot shell with AI. Have you seen what they can do, these robots? There won't be any jobs, mate. There is nothing a human can do that an AI won't be able to do. What are you going to do? Where's the money going to come from if they don't have to pay you? Not you, your family. Where's the money going to come from? Are they going to pay you to live? You won't have anything. Remember, you don't own nothing now. Most of it's fucking rented. Subscription. They could turn it off when they want, turn it on when they want, take it from you, give it to you. You won't have a leg to stand on. Your family will be fucked, street, unless somebody steps up to the plate and stops it. Do you know what that's going to take, street? Have you any idea what it's going to take? It's going to take somebody taking the wealth off these fucking wankers and distributing it in its rightful way. That's what it's going to take. Are you awake yet? Are you sober yet? Have you stopped fucking smoking that shit? You reckon that you're a great fucking father figure, grandfather figure, whatever it is. You don't give a shit about your fucking family when you stick your finger up your fucking ass along with your head. Now I'm telling you to help you, to wake you up to the fucking BS that's happened thousands of years ago and is happening right now, based on the fucking truth. Because I only work with the truth, and when I say you're a fucking idiot, that's the truth. Because you don't know when you're onto a good thing and you're fucking biting the hand that feeds you. And when that hand is gone, you'll fucking starve. Give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. Teach him how to fish, he can live forever. So, unfortunately, that was aimed at you, using your name, but it's aimed at everybody, Street. Don't worry. I'm calling everybody a fucking idiot who thinks like you. You think that everything's okay and they know everything and everybody else is silly and they don't know anything. Wake up, mate. You ain't got long. CERN's only off 4 years. Let's see what's happened to the Mandela effect. Let's see if some things go back to normal. Let's see if things change now that CERN is off. 4 years. Oh, probably less than 4 years. Confirmation. To get the money from the 1% and give it to the 99%. Well, not necessarily the 99%, because there are some people working for the 1% that think it's okay that, 95% of the fucking world is fucked. Don't ever think that I'm not telling the truth. Don't ever think that I don't know what is going on. If you do, you'll be laughing on the wrong side of your face. This ain't for me. Oh, is it for me? Is it for me? Am I doing it for me? No. Honestly, no. Like, my life will exist and I can live my life going forward. So while it's nice to have money, making sure that the meek inherit the earth is not for me. Is it for me? It is for me, because that's what I want. I want the meek to inherit the earth. But in a way, it's selfish, because I want that money to be given to the rightful people. Not to me, to the rightful people. Even if it's given to me, it's going to the rightful people. And when I say me, I mean 144,000. I mean every person that was chosen to go through this shit, to bring the higher vibrations to the world, those people, that's who it's going to. And through those people, it's going to everybody else. Not lying. Those people are awakened. Their awareness. They know source, Father, universe, all of it. They've been through the trials and tribulations and passed. Now, the prophecy is for the God one person to make it all happen. Out of the 144,000, out there somewhere is the person you don't believe in human form, able to do things that you wouldn't believe, already doing things that you wouldn't believe. For the good of humanity, well, for the good of all realms. For the good of Mother Nature, or Father Nature, depending which way you look at it, whether you're Egyptian or whatever. You don't believe me? I don't care. I know the truth. You think I'm mad, you think you're special, all of that, I don't care really. I play your game, but I don't really care. It doesn't matter to me. What matters is you wake up. What matters is you look after your family. That's what matters. What matters is the fewer people that suffer, the better. That's what matters. That includes these fucking idiots that were doing these bad things, trying to keep this abundance that belongs to the Creator. It's His. Everything's His. This world is His or hers. This world belongs to them, not us. We're just tenants. As a parent, you've no right to tell university children what to do. Like, you're only babysitters. You think they belong to you, your grandchildren? No. You think your children belong to you? No. You're just the children of the true father and mother. And we, as parents, birthed children, but they're still the universes. We're just the babysitters. Unfortunately, our babysitters that came before us were evil little fucks, abusing the children, no matter what age they are. We're all children, all getting abused by these people. And our mum and dad are going to make things right. Like it or not. And in with mum and dad, we have the angels, the spirits, the ancestors, the animals, star beings, the dragons, the fae, all realms, light and dark, working together to make this happen. Don't believe me? I don't care. I don't give a fuck. I'm telling you the truth. You don't have to believe it, but I know it's the truth. And you can say it's my opinion. That's fine. I don't care. But when it happens, you'll realise that my opinion was the truth. It's always been the truth. Always been the truth. Because I don't do well with fucking BS. Not in the slightest. So, for the greater good of everyone, there are people all over this world who are instigating the wealth transfer. It's already happening. The dominoes are already falling. You already know about the celebrities being found out. Excuse me. You already know about the politicians. You've already seen it. Is that my opinion? Or is that something I told you ages ago as the truth? Will it get worse? Absolutely. Is that my opinion? No. It's the truth. Now, my t-shirt says grumpy old man. And here I am rocking it, killing it, is what it says, killing it. Because I got to the point where, hang on a minute, this fucking BS is not fair. So I don't do politics now because we're all as bad as each other. They don't run the world. Politicians don't run the world. They're told what to do. They sign fucking contracts. They sign their souls away and they fuck us over. Now, I warned Mr. Donald Trump not to fuck with my game called football. Guess what? Before this even happened, before it even happened, before the World Cup fucking started, could he leave it alone? No. He had to fuck with it. To the point that he looked like he'd fucking lost his mind when he walked on that fucking podium off into no man's land. Is that justice? Did he look like he was doing a fucking Biden? Absolutely he did. That World Cup was the world's worst, the fucking worst World Cup in the history of the World Cup. The fucking BS that went on in that fucking World Cup was unreal. Now, I know for a fact that you Americans love the Europeans over there. Just got a confirmation thing going up here. I'm getting confirmation everywhere. You just can't hear it, but I can see them. You don't know what went on in that World Cup. You don't know all the demonic fucking things that they did. In the opening ceremony, in the closing ceremony, in the halftime fucking bullshit that they put on that doesn't exist in football, except when it goes to America. And it's football, not soccer. You see how these people interfere. Now, the reason why I aren't that bothered, I should be, but my old me, the one that's died, got crucified, and our Christ is within. The old me would have gone spare with all the shit that was going on with Argentina and that. Stupid decisions, fucking cancelling a red card, the demonic fucking episodes. I'd have been ranting, raving, jumping up and down and fucking losing my fucking head. But I see it for what it is. I expect it, I alchemize it, I transmute it. I'm done. But you have a fucking shock coming. And you have 4 years to get yourself sorted. Remember, 2030. A lot of talk about 2030. You have 4 years. 2030 has been talked about a long time before they told you CERN was shutting down. You need to get things right. You need to get your head in the game. You need to get your family's head in the game. All of you. And you need to question what the fuck is going on. Question the media with the bullshit that they're telling you. Like, how can somebody, well, I know how, because, but The strait's open, you close the straight, now you need money. So it was just about the money. It was always about the money. There's a war with Ukraine and Russia, just about the money. Not just about the money, about putting you in a fucking fear mindset. About explaining the reason why gas prices are high, or food prices are high. All this fucking bullshit. It's unreal. It's not real. Nothing is as it seems. It's all BS. There is nothing in this world that isn't planned by these people to leave you fucked in your head. And that includes the chase. But guess what? I'm not fucked in the head. I'm not bothered about any of the things that you do because there's nothing that can be done. There's a plan that's been set up and that plan will take place irrespective of every. Remember, I don't like making plans. It's antagonistic to freedom. What does that mean, Street? You're spiritual. What does that mean? It means letting go of the will. It means having faith, being faithful. Trusting that what is going to happen is going to be right. I don't just mean don't do nothing. I mean listen to all those little things that tell you how you should behave, what you should do, what you should look at. I don't mean telling you in a way of forcing you to do it. Like your intuition will nag at you to say, you should be doing this. It'd be a good idea to do this. Don't discount it. See, the problem with people is they worry about what other people think. And it stops them doing what their fucking intuition says is fucking right. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what you think about me. I don't. I don't need to please you. I need to please me. I need to do what's right for me. Unfortunately for me, what's right for me, which is a detriment to me in a way, is making sure that people aren't fucked over. That they don't have to live with BS and suffer the fucking bullshit. Unfortunate for me. Now, I'm being told, don't worry about those things. That's up to them. You worry about you. Well, that sounds a bit selfish to me. Well, you've given enough. You don't need to give any more. You should just be able to accept and have a better life, blah, blah, blah. But how can you have a better life? You probably could, Street, because you don't give a fuck about anybody. But how can you have a better life knowing that everybody else is suffering? Like these 1% can, because they don't give a shit. But I don't think like them. And I don't think like you. So, as I said in the beginning of these videos, you were protected. There was an umbrella. And the reason why things went well for you is because you were using good energy that didn't belong to you. You were stealing it, using it, thinking it was you. And now, you're just you. You have to live your life as you. And nothing good is going to come to you unless you make it happen. And nothing good is going to come to you if you're giving out shit. Like, you could, in your twisted reality, say, well, you're only getting shit, Mario, because you're giving out shit. I'm not getting shit. This is not shit. This is not shit. This is funny. This is funny. The only reason I don't laugh is because I'm not like you. I know the consequences of you being a fucking idiot. To you, your family, your friends. I know those consequences. I don't find that funny. See, I want to lift you up, but you don't want to be lifted because you think you're already high enough. Big mistake. Nobody's ever truly high enough. No one. Nobody's better than anyone else. Nobody's worth more than anyone else. I play your game. In the hope that it'll wake you up. But at the end of the day, I'm telling you as well, I know I've done everything that I can do. I know I have tried. When push comes to shove, and it will, the dominoes will fall. People will get calmer. And the idea is that they learn from the mistakes and they learn from the lessons they get and they evolve and they rise and they ascend. But you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. That's what I'm being told. You can't save everyone. You can't make people change. You can't do this and you can't do that. And so I tell you the truth. And then it's up to you. That's it. It's up to you. But what I'm saying is the truth. You've got 4 years. No scaremongering. You've got 4 years before they turn that fucker back on. If you, for 1 minute, don't believe that the digital ID and all this other bullshit, these fucking flock cameras and all that fucking stuff, if you don't believe it's not being ready for when they want to control you all, you've got another thing coming. It is absolutely going to be for when they want to control you all. There's a lot of stuff that I know, but it's called divine timing. You have to be told in the timing of the divine because the divine is in the future and the past and knows what's going to happen. And like Forrest says, can I make it happen the way that it's supposed to happen? Because it's not his plan. I don't like making plans antagonistic to freedom. It's the divine plan. I can't fuck with it. Can't go against it because then it will change. It will change what happened and it won't happen the way that it's supposed to. So in the future, something happens. Something amazing. Something brilliant. There might be something happening on the 29th because it's a buck moon in Aquarius, I think, and it's the age of Aquarius. And guess what? I'm Aquarius. So something might happen on the 29th. You never know. But in the future, something happens. And that can only happen if it happens the way that it happened. It's already happened because there's no such thing as time. It's already happened. So the information that comes out has to be the information that came out in order for that thing to happen. And nobody can do anything about it because whatever they do already happened. See how that works? Like you're supposed to do the things that you do, reacting to the confirmation, what's the word? No, not saying that. You're reacting to no, not stimulation. It's not information. Well, it is information, but that's not the word I'm looking for. Okay, information. That's not the word I want to use. I don't want to use the word information, but that's the word. How you react to the information. Sorry. So there's. Well, he's not a cult leader. Wait. Oh, all right. Okay. So cult leader who's been found out to be doing some bad things but got away with it. Who is preacher, pastor, Dutch, not macaroni pasta. Something's going to happen, or already happened. Preston, not Douglas. Preston. That's what it sounded like anyway. Preston. Sending Mario. Got mood for tea tonight. Be nice, Mario. I miss the sweet tea on ice. Trusted will tell you about all of the stuff that I said earlier about those names, about the eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth being part of Yahusha's name and Yahuwah's name. And I don't do the things that Trusted do or any of those people. I'm not one of those, don't do that. It's just the information that I know to be true. And Trusted will prove that it's true. Because he does do those things, that Yod, Hey, fucking doodah, Vav, Hey. That's the truth. I don't care whether you believe it. That's the truth. The breath is the truth. The one name for eternity is the truth. The first and the last is the truth. Everything that I've said is the truth. And proves the creator is not God or Jesus. Fucking any of that bullshit. Allah. And if that's the case, then getting to the truth of what was written will tell you what's going to happen. And the Christ inside Paul is the truth. The way to my Father is through me. He was crucified and Christ was in him. Therefore, the way to the Father is to do what Yahusha did. how he did it to let the old self, the you that you are now, die and become the new self, the resurrection. Not a lie. Trusted will tell you, read those fucking words that I put up there, and he'll tell you that everything I've said is true. Everything. There's nothing that is wrong with what I've said. Like I say, I'm not a fucking scholar in regard to the. I know what the translation is. I know what's been said, but I can't. Like I know the Shah and all of that stuff is the protection and everything, and I know that it's the breath, and I know that the son being the father is protected because of Usha being the fort, which was where they went to be safe, etc., which is why his name is Yahusha. All of that is true. Written in his father's name Yahuwah, his name Yahusha, written in his name, the name for eternity, the breath, the first last, the why first, the why last. In his image, the image of Yahuwah is Ahaway, the breath. Not lying. I'm not lying. And if you read those words, trust it'll tell you, if you read those words in the way that they are in the Hebrew, 100%. 100% that's what they mean. That's the truth. And the fact that breath means truth, the fact that breath means creation, the fact that breath means hey, I'm not lying. You've just seen it. Like it's in his name, Yah, hey. In his image is hey. Ha, u, hey. Trusted knows he's a fucking expert in all that stuff. I'm halfway through code in the Hebrew dictionary. There you go. Trusted will tell you. Trusted, if you look at what I've been saying about Yahuwah and Yahusha, the eye and the teeth, eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, it's fuck all to do with poking somebody's eye out and tooth. It's to do with the name and who he was. The eye for the eye and the tooth for the tooth is the name and who he was. And the first shall be last and the last shall be first is the why, the yod, the whatever it is. Whatever that is it yod? Yeah, yod. The yod is the first. Confirmation. I don't need trusted. Just told me. The yod is the first and the yod is the last. The first and the last, the alpha and the omega, the beginning and the end. The reflection of his name Yahuwah is Ha U Hey, the breath. It's the truth. And it will be for eternity, because as long as somebody's breathing, that's the word. And it's the first word, the beginning word, because it's the breath. It's the first word that was spoken. The first word must have been ha, because it's a breath in. That must have been the first word. But as a whole, the breath, the ha u hey, is the whole breath. That's the first word, the beginning word. It's not God, but it's the name of the Creator in his image. We were created in his image. We were created with the first breath, and we will take it to eternity to the last breath. I'm not lying. It's fucking truth and it's simple. It's not God and Jesus. It's fucking impossible. I come in my Father's name, Yahuwah, Yahusha. The protection that he's given to us all is the fort that's in Galilee. I'm not fucking lying. Look it up. It's fucking there. And his name was written, like Yahusha's name was written, before he was obviously born, thousands of years before he was born. He was our protector, the fort, named after the fort that's in the fucking place where they used to go to because it was heavily attacked. I'm not lying. Trusted will tell you. He does all this stuff, he'll tell you. Yes, woe, spiritual father's name is Hillel the Elder. The W, I'm not sure about the W, or the E, or the S, or any of it. You have proven yourself to be religious, not spiritual, Mario. No, I haven't proven myself to be anything. And I'm not talking about me being spiritual. I'm more spiritual than you. But if you listen to my videos, I say I'm not saying whether I'm religious or spiritual. I'm saying this is what I believe. And the scriptures nothing to do with religion. And I'm proving that the Bible has falsehoods in it. So nothing religious, Street. Like, stop your bullshit because it doesn't work with me. I'm not really angry. I, I talk like that just to give you that fucking bit of energy that you want, but it doesn't matter to me. The bullshit that you say doesn't matter to me. Doesn't affect me. I don't really give a shit. Not really bothered. You keep lying, I keep telling you the truth. That's how it ends. You keep lying, I keep telling you the truth. I haven't proven myself to be spiritual at all. Me talking about the Hebrew text does not make me religious. Me talking about the Hebrew text does not make me spiritual. I walk my own path, told you. I walk the middle line, me in the middle. I operate in truth. I understand about the chakras. I understand about all that. That's more to do with spirituality than religion. But I accept that, like money, tarot can be abused. But there's nothing wrong with tarot, just like there's nothing wrong with money. The statement that was made, see, not religious, but fucking, you just make me say more and more truth. The statement that was made, Trusted will tell you if he reads it, divine divination. It was about these fucking wankers making something and pretending that it's divine. Making these fucking audio things that pop fucking words into people's head and making out that they are the creator, God. That's what's talked about. The divination that is a tool to pretend to be divine. So it's like divine divination is the actual words that we use based on the Hebrew text. I'm not a scholar in all that shit, but I know the truth, and Trusted will tell you. If you read that text about the divination, it talks of divine divination, making some tool that allows you to pretend to be the divine. Divination, the tarot, comes from spirit. That's not to say that people can't fucking be misled. But the tarot itself and the hearing voices is exactly what Yahusha did. And would say things like read tea leaves and stuff like that. Not Jesus, Yahusha. Nothing wrong with divination. It's the abuse of it that is the issue. So, yes, the government have these things that make them. If there were 6 of you in a fucking room, they could pinpoint one person, put the sound in their head, and the other 5 wouldn't hear it. And make out that it's God talk, I hear voices in my head and it's fucking blah, blah, blah. So you have to know you. That's the whole point of know thyself. If you know who you are, nobody can put thoughts in your head that will make you think differently than who you are. But when you hear a strange voice come into your head that says something that is against what you would do, you know who you are, you wouldn't do it. But when you think it's your own fucking voice doing it, you're more inclined to fucking act on it. Go around shooting people for no reason. Because God told you. No, God didn't. Well, God might have, because God's evil. But the Creator wouldn't. See how our world works, to put people in fear. Like, why would you even want to do that? Seriously. Why would the government even want to be able to put an audio fucking feed into someone's head and pretend that they are God? Why would a government want to do that? Why would they do this MK Ultra shit? Why would they do any of this fucking bullshit? For your good? Absolutely not. They've got something planned. It won't work. They don't know it. Oh, look, 335, 39. Woo, all those trees. Anyway, come on over here. We'll forgive you. Who? Who? Meow, meow, meow. MJ, how are you? I'll give you the golden ticket to heaven. I'm already in heaven. Fucking hell, you lot don't listen, do you? I'm already in heaven. You've got... He fell to earth, became the ruler of hell. Not he fell to earth, went underground and became the ruler of hell. He fell to earth, became the ruler of hell. Excuse me, confirmation. Now, I'm expecting heaven on earth. Without fucking Satan, Lucifer, devil, blah, 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 whatever fucking name you want to give. Without the chaos demons in control. They don't control me. They don't control me. So my life is heaven. I don't have the fear that people have. I don't worry about the bullshit that they try and fucking aim at me or give me or put me in a fucking lack mindset or a flipping lust mindset or a fucking love mind or whatever it is. Because I know who I am. I know me. Know thyself. And I know that I've been through hell and back. And I know that within me is the soul of the one consciousness that has the power to talk to the God one and get shit done. Now, I'm sure if you find out the things that are happening around the world, you will know that the God one is moving in mysterious ways to set things up for a happy ending for us all. Religion, tell them you have control of something. Tell them that you have control of something they created and control. What? You can shake hands with the God in our temple if you're good enough. And I don't do temples. Apart from my own temple. I don't need to go to... Those churches are not for worshipping. They're for healing. That's the original thing that they're for. This bullshit that you have to go to a place to find a God is BS. You don't have to go anywhere. Already here. Remember, I told you about Paul, crucified, and Christ is in him. Christ is in him. Don't have to go fucking anywhere. You're not listening, but hey ho. Hey Rob, how you doing, man? Our religions are so powerful in America that they had their own military. Yeah, okay. The same could be said with the Vatican. It just shows how indoctrinated you are and how much dogma you have. It doesn't make you anything special. It just... You're in the devil's country. That's what it's called. Like, you don't want to believe it, but that's what it's called. It's called the devil's country. In the devil we trust. In Gad, Gadriel, in Gad we trust. The demon of fortune, the fucking money that you worship, the material wealth that you worship. That's who you are. That's who your country is. That's what your country is. You're all devil worshippers. You don't even know it. But that's what you are. Don't matter whether you're Mormon, Christian, Catholic, whatever. You worship the devil. God and Jesus are nothing to do with the true creator. as I've just said. You're obviously not listening. So if God and Jesus have nothing to do with the true creator, why is anybody worshipping them? That's the greatest trick, isn't it? Don't worship any other God, and you're worshipping God, who is a false idol. I showed you that. The synonym for God is false idol, pagan doodah, totem, fucking this, that, and the other. And you're worshipping it. And you don't have to believe it. I don't give a shit. They're facts. I'm not lying, not making it up, not trying to make you believe in a divine that I worship. Not trying to make you believe anything. I'm just telling you the truth. Hallelujah is nothing to do with God. Like when you say hallelujah, praising, you're not praising God, you're talking to Yah. When you say amen, you're talking to Amen Ra. You're not talking to those words, don't mean what you think they do. When you say bless someone, you're telling them to be less than they are. That's why they want you to use the word. You should be more somebody, not be less someone. You're better off favoring them than say be less. Be less than you are. I be less you. I make you less than you are. The gospel is God's spell or Gad spell. It's to put you under the spell of Gad. Make you believe that Gad is a divine, good being. Words don't mean what you think they do. Forrest told you, but you're still asleep. You still want to be the person that did it. Well, be the person that did it. But when the time comes, you'll be with the person that didn't do it. He told you, I do not know you. But Jesus, we pray to you every day. Well, he's obviously not fucking Jesus then, is he? If he does not know you. And if you never pray to anybody, he doesn't know you. Why would he want anything to do with you if you don't want anything to do with him? Not because he's a horrible person, but if you don't want nothing to do with him, what do you expect him to do? If you turn your back on someone, what do you expect them to do to you? How do you expect them to help you when you turn your back on them? Like, you need to fucking wake up. A parent wants only the best for his children. We're the children. Don't matter how old you are. Don't matter how many kids you've got. They're the children of the Creator. They're not yours. You created what the Creator created. He knows the name while you're in the womb. Like he put the spark of life in you. All of those things. It's like shit. It's so simple. It's fucking unreal. And you can't hear it because you've got so much noise in your head about you being something that you're not. Because you believed all the bullshit, the education, the science, the fucking religion that's been plopped into your fucking head. Because you can't get out of the matrix. You play the game and you don't know the fucking real rules. Everything that I said about Yahuwah and Yahusha is true. Including, putting that aside, including the Pope went to Lebanon. And it wasn't a good thing. And if you remember, I told you months ago that he was going there. Months ago. Before he even went, before anything was discussed, I told you the Pope was going. Why? Why would he go there? Why would he go there? Where he went? Because he's a goat man. Like, it doesn't matter what you believe in. It doesn't matter. Well, I suppose it matters if you believe in Yahuwah. Sorry, right. But the only thing that is I'm going to say it, so shut the fuck up. The only thing that is really true in all of this is you have the creator inside of you. You have him inside of you. End of. Doesn't matter what his name is. I don't give a fuck. It doesn't matter what your fucking name is. It matters that they believe that they have the power that you have, that you gave them. The fact that there is one creator, the fact that his name for eternity is that fucking breath. That's what was said. That's what is proven by what I've shown you. Now you need to get that through your thick fucking heads. Because when push comes to shove, that breath is going to save you. There is shit. There is shit that fucking happens. Within you is the power to avoid that shit within you. You don't need to go to church. But you do need to get in touch with who the fuck you are. You do need to understand that the mind, the heart, and the fucking vessel, they will have to earn it, that vessel. It's all one. You're not a human being. You're not just a human being. You're not just a human being. But that is what they've made you believe. And that's the issue. They've made you believe that you are just a human being and you are limited in what you can do. Guess what we were told? Imagination is more important than knowledge. If you can think it, it will be done. So, the imagination is limitless. Your knowledge is limited. You see the difference? Believe in what you are told. Believe in the knowledge that you have given to you by these fucking wankers who want you stuck in the material world. That knowledge keeps you small. But the imagination is limitless. Limitless. Do you know what that means? Anything is possible. Anything is possible. And trust me, the world is finding out that they don't know the definition of the word God. And the limits that they put on that have been exposed. And you will find out through these scholars that maybe they got it a little bit wrong. I'm not kidding you. It's going to happen. Because the Creator is not limited to those things that they limit him to. Somebody talked about 6 days, however many millions of years, and dividing them between the years that were here, and it's 1.6666666666666 recurring, ending in a 7. Man being 6, the spirit creator being 7, etc. Proof that he exists. All of these different things will come out. There has to be a creator. There has to be. Just like any game. You go to... Hear that knocking? Bit of confirmation there. Just like any game, there has to be a creator. Has to be. And you're in that game. You're the character in the game. You might be a non-player character. Is that the word? NPC? Non-player character. You may be a non-player character in the game. You may not be important to the overall playing of the game, but you are in the game. You are in the game. And in that game, there was a creator. But the program was interrupted by the Trojans and the bots and the blah, blah, blah. And now it's being cleaned. The antivirus has been set up and working nicely. And those pesky little fuckers are being quarantined, deleted, removed, whatever, cleaned, whatever it is, whatever the situation is, whatever it needs, that's what's happening, as you'll find out. Anyway, I'm going. Definitely an organised pyramid with a Z. I did all their teaching, got baptised, got temple worthy, got my club card, and stopped there. I admire that. Well, most of those temples were built with chisels and hammers and stuff, weren't they? It's like, come on, fucking wake up. Shit. No, they weren't. Especially like you go to India, you look at the temples in India and go, hang on a minute. Nah, not with hammer and chisel. Pyramids, nah, not with hammer and chisel. Like any of the structures that were built, Stonehenge, not hammer and chisel. Any of the structures that were built long, long, long ago, they want you to believe that our ancestors were not very clever and they built stuff with hammers and chisel and moved stuff with bloody rope and 50,000 fucking oxen or, you know, they weren't using horses and that then, I don't think. So, like, wake up. It's not difficult to know you're being lied to. It really isn't difficult to know you're being lied to. And I don't mean by me, I mean by them. I'm trying to wake you up. Hey Tim, how you doing, man? Hey guys! What's amazing is what he accomplished with zero education. Well, that sounds like me. I'm joking. Hi, trusted and captain. Hi, Sophia. Hope you're well. I don't believe his story, but I like the invention of it, and I think it's very creative. Uh-oh, who are we talking about? What have I missed? And I really admire the service they do for others. Very impressive in all the people they help around the world. Oh, well, helping around the world sounds a good thing. Ah, Ute. Yeah, I bet he was an architect. Architect, yeah. No, builder. What did they say about Kirk? Not Kirk, yeah, Charlie Kirk. He was a mason as well, according to Trump or someone, based on what he said. The thing is, what's going to happen when all this kicks off? Because the Native Americans are going to want to be given their land back. But the thing is, which I find, crazy, although I understand what they're saying, is they don't own the land. They're just caretakers of it. So, in effect, they shouldn't be given their land back. But, you've got to understand what they're saying. It was their land. You came over and stole it from them. So, I don't know how you go about giving the land back, being as you built, cities all over it. But something's going to happen, and restitution. People keep going on about migrants and stuff like that now, but America's full of migrants. It's that simple. came in, took over, think they own the place, and they don't. And if you get upset, you get upset. I'm just telling the truth. You stole the land, you evicted people, made no attempt to compensate them in the correct manner, killed, you know, their ancestors, and don't give a shit about it. That's fucking crazy. And I'm not saying it because my country, British Empire, they did it, but they weren't as. I don't think they were as brutal. Every religion is based on faith. Well, unfortunately, I don't agree with that. I believe every religion is based on lies. Their canned survival food service is very generous, sold at cost and delivered food that lasts up to 25 plus years. That's another thing as well. The food that we're eating. Ugh. Well, I'm not eating food that you lot are eating, maybe. Charlie Kirk was a self-centered, egotistical, narcissistic, just like most devout Christians. I know you meant devout, but devout Christians. Don't know what to say about that. He was still a human being. Bishop Storehouse is unbelievable, nicely said. Trusted. I never even heard of the guy until he was shot. Dang. Even I'd heard of him. I'm in no way fucking religious. If it weren't for the chase, if it was not for the chase, I wouldn't know any of this. I have no interest in spirituality. I have no interest in religion. I believe that religion was a con a long time ago. I've already told you this. Went to the church and they were talking through the microphone, through the speakers, and talking like this, so it'll give you a feeling. Coming through the speakers, making it go, ooh. And it's like, shut up. He's either here or he isn't here. Don't need you to bloody, pretend. So if it wasn't for the chase, I would have no interest in it at all. I'm not I find it hard to say the things that I say. And I've had many arguments with this fucking bullshit God that doesn't exist. Well, the creator exists, but God exists, but not in the way that I was told, which is the annoying thing. And you have to be brave to curse him out and tell him he's a wanker and he ain't real and those sort of things. Because you're threatened with all sort of things, aren't you? So I would say my path to spirituality, if that is where I end up, if I end up being a spiritual person or believing in Hindu or whatever these other forms of faith are, because in my being faithful, it is to me knowing that my faith in me allows me to have faith in the universe, the one true creator. There has to be a creator. Has to be. Something has to be created. Has to. Even if you create yourself, which you do, you basically create yourself. Not because you weren't created by your mother and father, but because the version that they created is not who you are inside. It's not your soul. It's how your brain's been manipulated to think, separately from how your heart wants to think. So, or your subconscious, your conscious mind as opposed to your subconscious mind. There has to be two. There's obviously a subconscious and a conscious. And you have to think, well, why is that? Why isn't everything conscious? Because you were put to sleep when you were born in regard to what? Why won't you let me think of that word? What begins with I? What? What? What's the word? Who's going to tell me what the word is? If they are to survive a long time, like the Catholics. Well, the Catholics are a lie, just like Christians are. You, the simple truth is, if there was a creator before the Greeks and the Romans, who was that creator? And why does everything change? And why did the Greeks and the Romans have names like Zeus, Jupiter? Like, if there's only one creator, why doesn't every place in the world just have the one creator? Well, the Native Americans had it right. It's the living in harmony with the earth and believing in the Father. That's the simple way to put it. Then the sky gods and everything else came into it, but that could just mean the visitors. The problem with religion is it was given to people to pretend they were gods, as opposed to the one true creator. So if you go to the Osiris and Isis, you end up with Set, Ra, and chaos. And that didn't end well for us. But in that, before then, the world was a good place. But somebody went out into the desert and didn't like it and wanted to change stuff. And says, well, I don't want to spend all my time stopping the chaos demon from coming here. So I'm just going to allow it. And so he did. And it doesn't matter which version you want to believe, you just have to understand that it happened. That there is 1% of people that have lived a lot longer, have access to more technology than we know, and manipulate us because of that technology. And manipulate us because they have thousands of years of experience of how to manipulate people. That's all you need to know, apart from the fact that you need to know yourself. Because if you know yourself, they can't fuck with you. So you have to go within, find out all your fucking triggers, find out why they trigger you, find out why you were led to believe those things that you were led to believe, and then fuck them off. You don't need to carry them. Well, you're the cup, and your cup is full. It's full of shit. It's full of information that's untrue. You need to get rid of what doesn't serve you so the good information can come in and make your life happy, because happiness is the part. Karate, come from here, Daniel-san. Karate. How can you claim I'm not spiritual if you do not even know what spirituality is? I know what spirituality is. I said I didn't know if I was spiritual. Street, you really need, like, I'm not kidding now. All that other stuff was just fucking playing along with you. But now, you really need to get your ears cleaned out. Said, I did not know if I was spiritual. Not, I don't know what spirituality is. I don't know if what I am is spiritual. Or if I am Gnostic. Or if I am all the other things that are out there, Hindu, that I don't even know about. That I don't even know about. Now, I am going down this spiritual route. I'm going down the spiritual route. But again, because you don't listen. Me in the middle. I walk the grey line. It's my fucking line. I believe in what I believe in based on the truth. Now, listen sweet. If the truth turns out to be that I am spiritual based on the practices and the things that I say and do, then I'll be spiritual. But, because I've only started this journey, if this journey takes me to being a Hindu or whatever else is out there, then I'm one of them. And if that's spiritual, that's spiritual. But I don't know enough about everything to know who I am. Not what spirituality is. Who I am in that spiritual walk of life. Remember, I said this the other day. You didn't listen. How long do you have to know somebody before you can say you know them? Do you meet someone for 20 seconds, get their name, get their address, get their telephone number, and then say that you know them? Do you know them? Or do you know of them? I know about spirituality. Am I spiritual? Wait and see. I've said that before. I've said it again. I don't know whether you're listening again this time or not. I don't know. I know about American football. I'm not an American footballer. I know how the game is played. I know about football. I'm not a footballer. I know how the game is played, but I am not a footballer. I know how to build a wall, but I'm not a bricklayer. There are a lot of things that I know, but it doesn't make me that. Are you listening, Street? Or do I need to clarify even more because you don't listen? We must create a position above the Pope for Mario to sit upon. Well, it doesn't need to be very high to be above the Pope. That is just another position that is put in to confuse the masses. And I don't want to be in any position above anybody because no one is above anyone else. We don't have positions of power. We have positions of authority. We are able to say certain things can happen and certain things can't happen because of the authority that we are given. But it's not power. You insulting me, my family, my father, and my parenting abilities are all you joking around. That is sick, Mario. No, they're not insult street. You don't listen, do you? They are truthful words. There was no insulting of your family. There was insulting of you based on the truth that you are not looking after your family based on what's going to happen to them in the future because you don't fucking listen, do you? And you say lies and try to make out that you're the victim, which leads me back to those things that I say about you. Do you see how it works, Street? Do you see how it works yet? I know you. You are definitely that narcissist. You are not the victim, Street. You are the perpetrator. You are the fucking dick that I said you were before. You are that person. The joking about is me being angry with you. The joking about is me playing the game with you. That you can take my energy based on you being that dick that we're talking about. That lies and tries to say that I do things and say things that I have not. I insulted you, street. Just you. Not your father. You. Because you don't listen. And you don't step in when you should. And you don't help people when you should. Because you don't listen. You help them when it suits you. You help them when it's good for you. Going forward, listen, going forward, there are not going to be many jobs because AI is on the up and up. This is what I was talking about. And you were not listening, so you can't help them with that because you're not listening, which makes you a bad parent. Does it not? If you're not helping your children and your grandchildren because you're not listening, does that make you a bad parent? Of course it does. Your inability to listen and be forewarned about what could happen based on evidence of what is happening. See how that works? You are not the victim, street. You are the perpetrator. You are the bully. You are the person who tries to get people wound up. You are the person that hides the fact, not hides the fact, that hides the information that you secretly have on people because you're a sad person. A good person who wants to lift people is not about tearing them down. It's not about getting information about people that they can use on them. See, the thing about me, Street, is I don't give a fuck what you find out about me, and I don't give a fuck what you say about me, and I don't give a fuck what you think about me. I don't. The problem is, like I said, I care for everybody. I don't want to see anybody suffer. And so I tell them the truth about what they can expect in this world. And I hope that they listen because Forrest told the same thing, except you couldn't understand what he was saying. And so I am translating into English what was told to you in The Thrill of the Chase about a spiritual person who knew full well, about God and Jesus, about the fucking bullshit, and about nothing is as it's. Are you listening? Nothing is as it seems, and words don't mean what you think they do. And guess what? I translated it all for you. I made it simple. I told you what this spiritual person didn't dare to tell you because this spiritual person lived in that world of rich, well to do people who are doing those very horrible things. You see, these fucking people, which you know about, they make oaths about not telling a secret upon threat of death if they do. Those people that Forrest hung around with, those rich people that don't give a fuck about us poor people. And so he told us what happened to us thousands of years ago. He told us. Not straight out, not so's they would know that he was telling us. He told us, left clues, and told us the truth. The thing about that street is that Forrest was supposed to protect the person that was going to step up to the plate. The person that was going to say, fuck you, What you're doing is so fucking wrong. You need to be stopped. You need to be taken down more than a peg or two, and you need to know what it feels like to fucking suffer. Now, you can give back the stuff that you took, or you will have the lessons that go with learning how to be Christ within a human avatar. Big difference between being human and being Christ within a human avatar. Big difference. Now, you will get away with being a human being, but there is no fucking way in this world that Christ exists within you to the point that makes you a good human being. And by good, I don't mean day to day, well, I don't do anything bad and I look after this and I do that. I mean good to yourself. Good to yourself. You see how that works, Street? See, that's how it starts. The temple, that place that you put all that fucking beer and those fucking drugs, that place. The start of being spiritual. See, I can be truth. I can be honest. And I can be fucking worse than I have been. The truth is, you wouldn't know spirituality if it fucking bit you on the fucking nose. The first point of call is you fucking idiot. Honour thyself. Honour thy mother. Honour thy father. Your hatred of something means you can't honour anything. Because you can't see past your own fucking nose. You can't see past your own fucking greatness, and it's not in a good way. It's in that egotistical way that says, I can never be wrong. Now, I'll admit when I'm wrong. I'll admit when I'm wrong, because I will learn from that fact. And guess what? I've been through so much shit. I know when I've been wrong. There ain't anything that someone can tell me that I don't fucking know about myself. You can't humble me because I've been humbled more times than you fucking eating a hot dinner. You can't put me in fear because I've lived in fear all my fucking life. I feared my father. And I told you what happened. One day I said, no more. I realised, hang on a minute. Why am I scared of you? You're probably not even as tall as I am. I'm probably bigger than you, even though my father looked like a giant. No one, and I mean no fucking one, should be fucking scared like that ever. And unlike you, I know what it feels like. You don't. And I know there are many children around this fucking planet that suffer every day, not realizing it doesn't happen like that in every household. It doesn't happen like that in every household. What's happening to me in my household, I thought happened everywhere, and it doesn't. Now you take that further out of the house and into the hands of these fucking evil, sadistic fucking bastards and bitches, and the suffering that goes on. and they all help each other, and they all hide behind each other, and they corrupt the legal system, and they corrupt the governments, and they corrupt medicine, and they corrupt everything to suit them fucking self. Children, women, and men suffer in silence behind walls that nobody fucking knows about, but I know about them, and I'm sick of it. I'm sick of the knowing about it. I am sick and tired that under this oath that they have, my phone keeps going off, under this oath that they have, they persuade people to fucking look after them, to protect them, to keep them out of jail, to have no repercussions for all of those things that they fucking do. Well, guess what? It's time for the repercussions. It's time for the fucking lessons. You think I'm joking? You think I don't know what I'm talking about? You think I'm fucking crazy? You won't be thinking that soon. I can assure you of that. For the last time, I will tell you, because you don't listen, Street. Thousands of years ago, this fucking world of ours was a beautiful place. Some people decided, some beings decided that they wanted to be gods and that they could use us to be slaves. You're fucking idiots that you talk about, flying around in those ships. Those nice people that you talk about, the ones that you prefer above God, them fuckers. Yeah, them fuckers. The ones that you fucking sing and dance about. They enslaved us. They made us think that we were small. They made us forget who we were. And they want to do even worse going forward. I've got news for you and them. Ain't gonna happen. Again, I tell you, Street, and by you, I mean all of you, any fucker out there, because you don't need to watch this to know that I'm saying it. You will feel it. If you're meant to know it, you will feel what I'm saying, and you will know what I'm saying is fucking true. If you want to wake up. Their reign is over. They will lose that wealth that they took. They will lose those reserves that they hide. The gold, the silver, everything, all of it. Just to inflate the price. See how they work? Like they make something go up one day, and then that comes down, they make something else go up another day, and they make something else go up another day, and they get richer and richer on it because they already know it's going to happen. These people in the governments, they talk about these things around their fucking, whatever it is, forum, whatever it is they're in, and then they make money off it before it comes out to the public. Is that what you pay them for? Is that why you pay your taxes? So these people in government jobs can be millionaires and billionaires. How does that work? It's only a government salary. How do they get that rich? How do your presidents become millionaires? I don't mean just because of the donations. I don't mean just because of those things. I mean the extra money that comes out of nowhere. Like they're supposed to be caretaker for you. Anywhere in the world, in my country as well. Like the money we pay is meant for us, not for other countries, not for other people. It's meant to pay for the things and the utilities that we use, just like it is in your country, except it isn't, is it? People died to stop the invasion of our country. They went to war to stop people coming into this country. Like you wouldn't know that much because you hardly went to war. You would come when it's nearly finished all the time. You haven't really got that good a fucking record in war, to be fair. And don't say you fucking beat us, you didn't. It's all fucking planned. You just walked away. You carried on fighting the fucking war in Canada after you said it was fucking finished. Because you don't even know your own history. Because you haven't been told the truth. It's all set up. Everything's set up. To make them more money and to keep us more afraid. And I don't care whether you believe it or not. And I don't care if you think I'm having a go at you Americans or fucking whatever it is. I don't give a shit. I'm not. I'm telling you the truth. It isn't what you think it is. As Forrest told you, nothing is as it seems, and words don't mean what you think they do. And if you think he's only talking about the chase, you need to fucking wake up. He knew full well. He knew about religion, and that's why he made the statement. He knew about it because that's why he said he went to the Sundance fucking ceremony. It was a big thing. You need to wake up. You need to stop fighting the invisible ghost. You need to stop pretending that you're something that you're not. You need to wake up. I ain't your enemy. You're your enemy. And the sooner you realise that, you'll soon realise we all have the same enemy. But until you realise that you're your own enemy, you won't know we're on the same side. If you want to be better than me, you're better than me. Does that make you feel better? You're better than me. Everything that you say, there you go, you're better than me. The universe just said it. Everything that you say is true. If you want to say it, remember, I quantified that by saying, if you want to say it, means it's not true. It's not true. But if you want to say it, if it makes you feel better, yep. Again, Spirit says, what I'm saying is true. You ain't better than me. I ain't better than you. And we have the same enemy. Spirit just told you. I ain't your enemy, and you ain't mine. There is not a person on this planet that is my enemy. Not one fucking person that is my enemy. There is nothing anyone that can do, nothing that they can do that is going to affect me. Nothing. I have no enemies. In their mind, they might think I'm an enemy, but I ain't going to do nothing to them. Whatever they do, they will do to themselves. Nobody is my enemy. Not a fucking one. but they are their own worst enemy. Because everything they send towards me will go back to them, whatever it is. And when they start looking ugly, that's their fault. When they lose their house, that's their fault. When they lose the car, that's their fault. When they lose their pets, that's their fault. When they lose their loved ones, that's their fault. Why? Because it's what they sent towards me. And when I say me, the thousands of us that they're doing it to. I'm not the only person that has fucking issues with people in that sense. Again, I'm telling you the truth. Again, you're probably not listening. But it doesn't matter. Because in the grand scheme of things, I've told people the truth. It's gone out into the universe, the energy's gone out there, and it will filter to the people that it's supposed to filter to. It will wake up those that are supposed to wake up. It will leave those that are supposed to stay asleep, and karma will take care of the rest. Now, if you're a spiritual person, like you say you are, you will know when I say karma, I don't mean bad things and punishments. I mean lessons. And when I say lessons, karma isn't just bad. Confirmation, excuse me. So, when karma goes out to all the people, those that have good karma will get good things. They will be favored. Those are the lessons they will learn. They will learn that because they've done good things, because they've gone through the fucking shit, because they were faithful, and they believed, they learn that what they reap, what they sow, they will reap. They learnt that. They already know that, and that's why they will get good karma. And the other people will learn that what they sow, they will reap. And at some point, hopefully, at some point, they will put two and two together and realize, hang on, isn't losing the car, confirmation, what I wanted for them? Isn't losing the house what I wanted for them? Isn't losing their loved one what I wanted for them? They will realize it's not me doing it. It's them doing it. The universe is just saying, nope, ain't going to them, it's going back to you. And at that point, when they realize, they will stop. Because they will have learnt the lesson. What you reap, what you sow, you will reap. Why do I keep saying it backwards? What you sow, you will reap. It's a universal rule. One of those pillars that's been talked about, the 7 pillars that holds up the earth, doesn't hold up the earth. It holds up humanity. Those are I'm not fucking lying. Those are the rules. Those are the rules. They've told you a whole load of shit to make you believe, like the forgiveness thing. You're not entitled to forgive anyone. You don't have the power to forgive anyone. The forgiveness is not for you. It's so as you tell them it's okay to, give you the authority to kick the fuck out of me, to steal from me, to do. I'm not saying that. I'm saying as an example. You're saying you can do it again. That forgiveness is bullshit. You're basically giving them permission to do it. What sort of person is that? What sort of person are you that goes around forgiving people? Saying that it's okay for them to hurt women, hurt children. No, you don't have that right. It's not okay. And just because you think it's okay for them to hit you, doesn't give you the right to say it's okay to hit anyone. You see where that goes? You see what they teach you. Like, you can't judge anyone because you're not allowed to throw any stones. If you don't throw the fucking stones, how the fuck can you forgive them? It's all bullshit. If you're a good Christian, you'll do this, this, and this. No. If you're a good idiot, you'll do this, this, and this. Because it allows me to get away with what I've done. Because you're giving me authority to do it. Because you're saying it's okay to do it. Like, when the fuck will people wake up? Don't say it's okay that they did these bad things. It's not. It's all these goody two shoes that say, oh, it's cruel to do this and it's cruel to do that. No, it's not. No, it isn't. Sometimes you have to be cruel to be kind. It's not okay. It was never okay. It was never forgivable by a human being to another human being. A higher power will decide whether mercy should be given or not. Not for you to dispense mercy on another human being. You don't have the authority. Some do. Okay, don't fucking start. Some are chosen, some are anointed, some are able to. Okay, yes, I know, I already said, thank you. Some are. Don't say, I know why you've done that now. I know why you did that. Okay, fair enough. Some are allowed. Some are able to dispense justice on this fucking realm because they are one with Source. Now, everything that I'm saying is fucking true, and I'm saying it to help you, not to hurt you. And if my truth hurts you, it's because there is an issue with you, because I am the mirror, I am the agitator, and I am meant to make you think. If you don't want to think, if you want to stay asleep, if you want to go around being the person that you are, fine. I failed. I can accept that. I can accept that I failed, but I can't accept that I didn't try. And I know that I tried. Doesn't make me better than you because I want to make you a better person, because I can probably be a better person. But if you're a better person, that's who you're trying to impress, not me. Listen, because this is important. You're not trying to impress them for them, because them that you're trying to impress is you, your higher version, the future version of you. The future version that knows what's best for you. The future version of you that knows the race that's already won, that says, this is the one to bet on. That's the version you're trying to impress. And that version is trying to tell you how to live in order for you to have your happiness. That's the person that wants you to have the happiness that you could have if you fucking listened. Your higher self already knows the future. God helps those who help themselves. The Creator helps those who help themselves. That works because you've already helped yourself. The Creator doesn't need to help you if you've already helped yourself. If you've already become the highest version that you can become, you don't need any help. You've already achieved that purpose. You've already met that goal. You've already become the highest version of yourself that can talk to your fucking own self. As within, so without. The Yahusha that you saw there, that can be proven. You've already helped yourself. That's the explanation of it. That's why he helps those who help themselves. You've already done it. There's nothing for him to do. You've already become the person that helps themselves to the point that they don't need the help, to the point that they are in touch with their higher self, and the higher self already knows the end of the race. So the higher self knows which horse to bet on every fucking time, which knows the path, everything. Knows what you want better than you do, knows what's best for you better than you do, knows the choices to make and the choices not to make, knows who's going to break your heart, who's going to make you rich, who's going to hold you back, knows all of it. But you have to help yourself. You have to get in touch with yourself. You have to get rid of the shit. Literally get rid of the shit. You will not make it to the happiness place that Forrest talks about. As I have gone alone in there. I showed you it. Where is the one place, apart from the poem, where is the one place you go alone in? Street, you should know. You're always lost there. Where is the one place you go alone in? When you go into that place, remember I've said the hardest battle you will have is with yourself. The lies you tell yourself will be your hardest battle. When you go in there, that dark night of the soul, the first thing that you're going to come back, the first thing that you're going to combat is the truth of who you are. You won't want to believe it. And if you don't believe it, if you make out you're something you're not, guess what? You're taking a shortcut, and there are none. And so the universe says, fuck you, you're not listening. You see, the universe wants to give you it because it knows what is best for you. And you're already a full cup, the Holy Grail that's full. You're already a full cup. Can't put nothing in there that's good for you because you're already full of the shit that you won't let go of. You refuse to let go of it because your fucking ego won't let you. So, until you can humble yourself, seriously, I'm not fucking bullshitting, until you can humble yourself, tell yourself the truth, not hear it from me, hear it from you. Till you can do that, your higher self can't help you. Because you're so full of shit. Can't bring anything good into your life. Empty the cup. Go back to the bare minimum. That includes people. People that are giving you the shit that you don't... I'm not lying. Includes people. The people that are giving you the shit that are ruining your life, you need to get rid of them. Don't matter family or not. Don't matter if you love them or not. They obviously don't love you enough, otherwise they wouldn't be giving you the shit. Now, I'm not lying when he says he helps those who help themselves. You have to empty the fucking shit. You have to create the space that allows your higher self to give you the good stuff. As long as you carry that fucking baggage with you, the case is full. Can't put nothing else in there. Can't go to the duty free and get it. Already full of shit. Stuff you don't need. 60 pairs of fucking pants or 25,000 socks or I don't know. Too many things that you don't need. Too many things that you don't need. Whatever it is. Take it back to the bare minimum. You get more in. Spirit can come along and go, okay, yep, there's enough room. Give you that. Well, it boils down to intuition. Lets you get the feeling that this is what you should do. This is what you shouldn't do. Talks to you in numbers. 444, 222, 333, whatever it is, 111. 888-777. Whatever the numbers are, look them up. See what the angel numbers are, see what they mean. It will guide you. Symbols will guide you. The animals will guide you. Like, get in touch with nature. Get in touch with the spirits. Get in touch with yourself. Help yourself to be more spiritual. Listen to the information that already knows what's going to fucking happen. Tells you so you can walk the right path that's for you. You can't walk someone else's path. You can't pretend to be anybody else. You can't get the benefits of anyone else. If you're pretending to be someone else, you're not being authentic. If you're not being authentic, you're not being spiritual. If you're not being spiritual, you're not going to get fucking anything. Now, before they could, because they were using someone else, they were protected. You could get all of these things. You were cheating, trying to take a shortcut. Not anymore. Now you've got to do it for yourself. Not lying. Not saying it out of ego. Not saying it to piss you off. Not saying it to be fucking better than you. Saying it because it is what it is. It helps those who help themselves. You have to do it. You have to do it. Happiness is the pot. It's that simple. Contentment. It's that simple. You have to trust. You have to be faithful. You have to have faith. It's that simple. You have to believe that your higher self is going to come through for you. You have to believe it. I'm not talking about the creator. I'm talking about you, your higher self. As within, so without. Paul was crucified. The old him died. And Christ was in him. Not lying. The dead shall walk or rise or whatever. That's the old self dying. Like people say, well, how can there only be this many from history? How can there be only this many that rise? They're just ego deaths. The phoenix will rise from the ashes. Those are the things that are being said. That's what's being meant. They will rise. If Paul was one of them, he would have died. As he said, he died, he was crucified with Christ, and he rose again with Christ in him, or however he says it. He was a different person. Still Paul, but with different beliefs, different abilities, different ways of seeing things. It's true, I'm not lying. What's said, it's what it's meant. You're just led to believe that it means something else because that's what you've been taught, but it's not what it means at all. And you can say anything that you want. The truth is the truth. It doesn't need you to believe it. It just needs to be said. You can argue with it till fucking cows come home. It won't change the truth. Truth doesn't care. I don't care. The only person who's going to care is you. How much you care is up to you. How little you care is up to you. I don't give a shit. The truth just needs to be told. The truth just needs to be said. What people do with it is up to them. Don't care whether you believe it. Absolutely don't care. I'm not saying it to be clever. I'm not saying it to be fucking better. I'm not saying it to be fucking, I don't know, whatever word that you want to use that I'm saying it for. I'm saying it because it's the truth and it needs to be said. And the sooner you realise that words don't mean what you think they do, and you're being led to believe that the Matrix is the only way that there is, bullshit. Well, okay. The Matrix is the way that there is because it's how we exist. The Matrix is how we exist. But the old Matrix, the way of thinking, the way of doing things, is not the only way to live. So the Matrix is being rewritten. So yes, I'm not fucking lying. Yes, you still have to live in the Matrix, but it's a different game with different rules. The program's been changed. They don't know how to play in the game because they haven't got the rules. They don't run the game anymore. I'm not lying. So I'm definitely going. Wow, Starship Splashdown did not blow up. Freaking thing is floating. Need to put an apple motor on it. Hey, Bill, how are you? Dave, how are you? In the beginning, man created. Yes. Well, I know what you're saying. It wasn't in the beginning. So in the beginning, the creator created, and then man recreated, and now the creator is taking it back. Talk an in-game area, but I do not see or hear you walk that talk, in my opinion. And you're welcome to your opinion, but at least you said it was your opinion. I know it's my truth, and I know it's the truth for everyone. And so does spirit. So man has named the universe and its existence. I think, therefore I am. So the universe, not lying again, you can look it up. We've just been through creation. The universe is one creation. Uni is one. Verse is creation. The universe is one creation for everything. Well, we call it the universe, but there are multiverses. How can there be a universe and multiverse? So it's one creation. The whole thing is one creation. Multiverse, all of it. Quantum, doodahs, it's all one creation. The parallel universes, etc. has all been created, but it's one creation. So the universe, meaning one creation. I think, therefore I am. I am is the iodine and the something or other that's in our DNA, in our body. I'm not lying, look it up. The I and the am. It exists within us. The rib is DNA. 24 is X, the X chromosome. The creator created one from another through DNA. I'm not lying. Rib is DNA. They just change words, don't mean what you think they do. They just change the words. So for street, it would be Enki and the other one creating Adam and Eve from the DNA because they were the aliens, the Anunnaki. So for street will believe that more than anything else because he believes in the aliens, etc. And he'll want to go down that fucking road. But the creator had to get the information and leave the clues for somebody to find by using words that don't mean what you think they do. So initially, he wrote correctly in the scripture. They changed those words in the Bible or in Torah, whatever, all those things, Old Testament, New Testament, etc. They changed the words. Forrest came along and wanted to tell somebody, but couldn't, so hid it. In the same way that they hid it in the Bible, by changing the words. And he was supposed to be there for the person that could solve it. Maybe he thought he was going to be the person that was the God one. I don't know, however it works. Maybe he got scared, maybe somebody threatened him, blackmailed him, whatever it is, doesn't matter. I don't care one way or another because it will happen the way that it's supposed to happen. But God honestly, devil. Forrest honestly believed that this was a spiritual event that was going to happen. And I think he meant it when he said he was going to protect the finder. But he didn't. From the point in time that he got the email to the point in time that he said it was found, he changed the game. And I made a video saying that I know what the game is. Told him that I won't be going to America because I know what happens. And I gave people the truth in my videos, in those words, the very words that Forrest gave us to tell you what the truth was. Now, with Spirit's help, I gave somebody the option to choose to help Father or betray Father. Confirmation, not lying. And they chose to betray him by betraying me, by stealing a bank account that didn't belong to them, by stealing money that didn't belong to them, and by doing other stuff. All being seen, all knew beforehand. Nothing came as a surprise. It was all known. And then we went from there. More information telling them the truth, more fighting back against the reality of things. More information giving them the truth, more fighting back against the reality of getting things. To the point that it was going to be fun and epic. Two years ago, well, more than 2 years ago. It was going to be fun and epic 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. Still not fun, still not epic. Well, it is, but not in the way that they think. If you look up the word fun and epic, it still is fun and epic. And nothing was resolved. Not because it can't be resolved, but because it wasn't resolved. Remember, it's in the future, already known. It's already happened. Nothing you can do about it. It's going to happen the way that it did. End of. It's already known. So all the things that have been done to delay the inevitable were already done. Remember, the future, it was originally this. Everything happened here. Beginning of time, end of time, all compressed, no such thing as time. And then somebody made it linear. And now we have to start at the beginning and wait till we get to the end, which is let it happen the way that it's supposed to happen. So at some point within the end of, not lying, at some point between the end of the time and the beginning of time, the event that we call the thrill of the chase will have an ending. And the event that we call the return or the God one or whatever event you want to place in that will happen between the beginning and the end, and it will happen where it's supposed to happen, when it's supposed to happen, how it's supposed to happen, why it's supposed to happen, with all the information, with all the truth about the beginning of it and the reason why it happened when it happened. That's it. That's it. So Forrest told the world that the Bible and religion and everything else was a lie through the thrill of the chase, through the lure. Guess what happened in the thrill of the chase? The lure that Forrest used to get someone to find the chest became the lure that the Creator used to get somebody to find the abundance, the meek inheritance, to get somebody to find out who the real Creator was and have the proof for who the real Creator was. I hope nobody ever finds out, said Forrest. So Forrest told us about the spiritual world being better than the religious world and why it was better than the religious world, because in the religious world there are limitations. God has limitations in the religious world. But in the spiritual world, it's limitless. There are no limitations. Not for the divine being and not for the human being, because within the human being is the soul, and the soul is limitless. It has all the power that you can think of. I'm not lying. And Forrest told us that by saying that you can't believe the words that you read or hear, and you can't believe the things that you see or hear, because nothing is as it seems, and those words, they don't mean what you think they do. So you need to find out what they really do mean. You need to spend all that time. Your effort will be worth the cold. The alienation, hermit mode, people call it, the time to yourself, the dark night of the soul, the effort will be worth it, because at the end of it, you're in touch with your soul. The ID, remember the ID in the book? The inner child. That child is not Forrest Fenn in that ID. But that spirit, the ID, the id, the I, as I have gone alone in there, that inner child is who you need to be showing the poem to. That inner child is who you need to contact to free your soul. That's what Forrest is talking about. So the information is all there. You just have to listen. But you had to listen with faith. You had to be faithful to everything that you were being told. You had to understand that whilst you were getting truthful information, it was hidden behind the words that you were getting. It was all fake, but you had to find the original. The Bible is fake, but you have to find the original. What is the original? In The Thrill of the Chase, it was the original poem that Douglas Preston read. That's the original that you had to go back to the beginning. For the Bible, it was the scripture. The Bible has the words in it, but they're falsified words. It has the truth in it, but it's falsified. So you have to go back to the original scripture. The scripture was contaminated, which is what Islam or Muslim ones were saying for the Allah. Like, why they changed from one to the other? Because it was contaminated, which is true, it was. But they made up their own version of the contamination. They made up a more severe religion than the religion that was created, the Christianity religion that was created, the Catholic religion that was created, and then from that, the Protestants and all the others, evangelism and whatever else, because the corruption in the Bible was noticed by different people. And so they believed different parts of it to mean different things, because the words that they used weren't fully convincing as to the truth. So you've got to go back to the Hebrew scripture in its original format, and the words mean the original thing. So the eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth doesn't mean what you think it does. It is talking about the Son and the Father. It's talking about the breath of life. It's talking about the Creator. The protection is talking about the fort in Galilee that was already given to Yahusha by the Divine Father way before he was born. He was always going to be called that. He was always going to have his father's name. The Bible has nothing to do with the Son and the Father having the same name, which means it's wrong. Even just that bit, that one bit, is wrong. The beginning word is wrong. God is not the beginning word. Has no reason to be the beginning word. Like, everything that's said in the Bible doesn't make sense unless you go back to the original version. Everything that was said in The Thrill of the Chase, begin it where warm waters halt and take it in the canyon down, don't make sense. Begin it where old faithful geezer, comma, and end it in the hole not far. Whatever down means. I think down means not far, I can't remember. But the reason he used halt was because it meant comma. He put a comma there. He talked about, putting a picture at the end of a sentence or something. Well, he tried to explain it that way by something that he did. He says nobody does that. And he's referring to the fact that he put a comma using the word halt. I'm not lying. That's what he did. That's exactly what he did. Because he couldn't use the word book. Because it doesn't mean comma. He was limited on the words that he could use. You had to factor that in when you did the poem. You had to factor it in. Why use the word halt? You had to find out what halt meant. You had to find out what balk meant. You had to put the two together and go, well, hang on a minute, balk is a lot better than halt. To go with walk. And so he put a comma there. So you have to read it differently. Read me what the poem says and it's game over. You had to know that words don't mean what you think they do. And you had to change those words. And you had to know that the poem in the book, The Thrill of the Chase, is the second poem. And Dale would know that Forrest wrote it because it's the second poem. Everybody knows that Forrest Fenn wrote that poem in the book, The Thrill of the Chase, as the second poem. Because the first poem was the poem that Douglas Preston read, the one that was easy. Of course it's easy when you know what the word is. The words are. Because it tells you where it is. It tells you where it is. It tells you that you don't need more than 2 clues to flipping get it, because you know where it is. And you know that the words are changed, so you know that the canyon is a hole. And you know that you terror scamp with marvel gaze because you've only got so long before you can get in and get out. That's not my opinion. That's a truthful statement based on what's written in that poem. Don't care whether you believe it or not, it's a truthful statement. And nothing anybody says will change it. It's a truthful statement of what Forrest Fenn did, based on the fact of what he said, and that he was spiritual. So, the universe ceases to exist to man without, though. What? The universe ceases to exist to man without thought. Without thought. The universe ceases to exist to man without thought. The truth is an agreed upon fact, therefore you are speaking your opinions. No, Street. The truth is the truth. It doesn't need anybody to agree with it. You talk some shit, you do. I can get thousands of people to say Arsenal, my team, are the best team in the world. Does that make it true? Of course not. Does it make it true that all the Miami Dolphin fans say that their team is the best team in the world? Does that make it true? Of course not. Does it make it true that all the New York Jets say that theirs is the best team in the world? Of course not. An agreed upon fact is not truth. Idiot. You don't fucking listen at all. An agreed upon piece of information is just an agreed upon piece of information. And that's how they get you to believe bullshit. Doesn't make it true because a lot of people believe it. It makes it true because it's the fucking truth. Idiot. You are so fucking arrogant, so fucking stupid. You do not listen. Your ego will take you from here to the fucking moon. It's that fucking big. Truth is fucking truth. It doesn't need another person to agree upon it. It is the truth. It will remain the truth. It doesn't give a fuck whether anybody agrees with it or not. It is just the truth. Stop believing the fucking BS and stop talking to me like you know what you're fucking talking about, because you only know what you've let people make you believe. I know what the fuck I'm talking about, and I prove it by telling you the fucking truth. But you're so fucking arrogant, you don't listen. Yeah, it's a fact. Agreed upon by fucking loads of people. Shut the fuck up. You are the most arrogant, fucking ignorant, and all those other words that I said. And the day you wake up, I'll probably fucking faint. You talk shit. You don't even know that you're talking shit. You make yourself look fucking stupid, and then you get upset when somebody calls you stupid. It's not a fact because people agree. It's not truth because people agree. Idiot. Is the earth round, Street? Is that a fact? Is that a truth? Because billions of people agree with it. Is the earth flat, Street? Because millions of people agree with it. Which one is it, Street? You're so fucking clever. You know everything. Which one is it, you fucking idiot? You do not listen. You do not learn that every time you talk to me with fucking BS, I will tell you the truth about how stupid you are. Oh, it's got to be a fact. It was agreed by lots of people. Fuck me. If that's how easy it was, we would have no problems. Everyone would know if the earth was round or if the earth was flat. Everybody would know which was the best American football team in America. It wouldn't be disputed because it would be the truth, because a lot of people agree it. Idiot. Fuck me, you don't listen. You're such a fucking narcissist, man. I'm the victim. And yet you're such a fucking bully. And you think you're so fucking clever, but you don't even think about what it is that you're saying. And you try and put people down with everything that you say, and you just make yourself look more stupid. It is not a fucking fact because people agree it. It isn't. It just isn't. Fuck me. I don't know. You're right there. You're right, Bill. You're right. I don't know. I said he got his head stuck up there and his fingers stuck up there, but he's still fucking managing to talk out of it. Bill, have you yet demonstrated how Forrest leads you to... Look, here's another one. Trying to put people down. Just fucking let people be, man. What is wrong with you people? If you don't have that nailed down with his plan and that, you have nothing better luck next time. Just try and do it all the time. A car's a Fenn. Trees, Fenn, in the wood. Oh, yes, that is a fact. Who agrees with that? Listen, I'm trying to build people up, and you want me to tell you the truth about you. I'll tell you the truth about you. Absolutely will. But don't take me to be a fucking fool, because I am not a fool. And don't try to insinuate that I don't know what the truth is, because I know what the truth is. And I know what bullshit is. And when you tell me in that fucking idiotic way that the truth is something agreed by a lot of people, shut the fuck up. Like, for a 60-odd-year-old person, you are not very wise and have not learned much in regard to how to be humble and how to talk to people. It's English dictionary says so. I believe that a car, leave your friend in the car. I believe that you're in the fen with trees. So get out into the trees. Said if you know where it is, get out into the trees and get it. That's what he said. That's what he said. At the end of the day, the truth does not need another person to agree with you. Not one person. Doesn't need one person to agree that it's the truth. The truth stands on its own. Now, listen. If I was one of these families doing all this shit and I never got held accountable for it, and I told everybody I was a good person, God-fearing person, went to church, did this and did that, does that make that true? Of course not. That just means they're able to buy the silence of those that should not be silent. Now, you're one of those people that are silent, not because you've been bought, just because you believe the fucking BS and you spout it as though you know what it means and you know that it is the truth. And guess what? It's not. You just look stupid. If one person has the truth, it's the truth. No one has to agree with it. Nobody has to understand it. Nobody has to even speak it for it to still be the truth. See how that works? Like, if the truth is that the sun is yellow and it looks white or orange, whatever, if that is the truth and one person was able to see that truth, somehow get to the sun and see the original color of it, 8 billion people saying, no, that's not true, look. Do you think that person's going to change their mind? No. Do you think the truth is going to change? No. Because nobody sees it does not make it a lie. It still remains the truth. Because you close your eyes to the truth does not make it go away. It does not change the fact that it is the truth. Now, there are those that say two things can be true at one time. The perspective allows two things to be true at one time. The way you look at it allows two things to be true at one time. In a different parallel universe, allows two things to be true at one time, but only from the point of view. The actual truth will be the truth. It's only your view of the truth that makes it the truth. I don't get how people don't fucking listen to simple fucking English that is 100% true. Doesn't need any clarification. It's just true. Dumbass is smart enough to look up the meaning and origin of the word car, but that word destroys narrative, so it means hey, you have to be careful what you say about other people and yourself because, words are pretty powerful. Shit, it's been 5 hours. I'm going. Listen, whilst I want people to be happy, to be safe, to not suffer, to raise the vibration, to be in a better place, if you come at me, I will tell you the truth about you. Now, when I say I'm just playing, just joking, it means I don't hold it against you. I'm not really angry. You know, I'm not falling out with you. I mean those things that I'm saying, but I'm not meaning them in the tone that I am giving them to you. You find your own way in life. It's up to you. You believe what you want. It's up to you. But you come at me and I will tell you the truth about you because I know who I am and I don't want to take no fucking BS. Now, the truth is, we are all trained in BS. We are all experts in BS. I see it for what it is. You take it to be the truth. I am sick and tired of people talking BS. Religion is BS. Science is BS. Medicine is BS. The legal system is BS. And it goes on. Now, if you believe in medicine, more fool you. If you believe in science, more fool you. If you believe in the education system that you have, more fool you. You see how that works? The way to control you is at a young age. To give you the education that keeps you small, that keeps you arguing, fighting, in fear, all of those things. I refuse to be held prisoner by stupid, ignorant people who don't want to wake up. By spouting bullshit that they have been taught by the people who want to enslave them. Doesn't work with me. And so, when someone tells me that words don't mean what I think they mean, I find out, well, what could it mean? Like if you're telling me what you just said is a whole load of shit, what could it possibly mean? And out of 1,000 words, you might get 20 that make any sense. And you keep those 20 and then you whittle them down to about 10 and you keep those 10 and then you get other information, confirmation, that supports those words. And then you get more information that supports those words and you get more information that supports those words until you're left with the only fucking possible word that it can be. The substitute of this word can only be this word. The substitute for red can only be cherry. That's the only thing it can be. Or tomato, because it is a red fruit. See how that works? And then you find other words that will confirm whether it is cherry or whether it is tomato. So you will find information about, maybe Forrest said something about a stone as opposed to seeds in the fruit, or a pip as opposed to seeds in the fruit, or something that confirms it's cherry, it's not tomato. See how that works? Forrest made sure you had all the words you needed, like, which you saw earlier, staple and mainstay. Forrest Fenn, a New Mexico staple. Oh, I've been called a staple before. Forrest Fenn, New Mexico mainstay. Excuse me, those two words are right next to each other and they both mean breath. They mean other things as well, but they both mean breath. Why would Forrest do that? You see how that works? And he whittles it down and it whittles it down, and remember he talked about the whittling, and he whittles it down until it can only be this word. It can only be that word. There's no other word it can be. That means all these other words, like halt and comma. Can't use the word balk. Has to be comma. So for all the words that halt mean, thousands of words that halt mean, or at least hundreds. All those words that halt mean, it can only mean comma. Because most of the words that halt mean balk too. Now, if Forrest is limited on the words that he could use, the word halt, limited on the words I could use, why was that, Forrest? Because halt means comma and balk doesn't. But halt and balk mean break, rest, stop, cease, all those things. See how it works, how simple it is. Although it's not simple, it takes a lot of time to look up all those words. But guess what? Forrest said, I looked up all the words in that poem, especially the nouns. Still think I'm wrong? The only person that looked up all the words in the poem, you still think I'm wrong? The only person that did what Forrest said he did, do you still think I'm wrong? The one person that looked up all the words in the poem, that had every fucking word in the poem, and every word that those words meant in the poem. The only good thing, the only fucking favourable thing is that in that poem there were a few words that were mentioned more than once or twice, like and, like I, like and I. What was the other one? It was three. That was about 9 times or more. And I and dang. I can't think. There was 3. And I and a and other. It. Can't remember which one it was. Anyway, words like the, there's a few of those. So out of those 166, 67 words, there wasn't 106 or 66, 166 or 167 words to look at, depending on if you counted it's as it is. Must have been it. I can't remember. So I looked up all the words in the poem, as Forrest said he did, and I found the synonyms, as Forrest said, with the first word as. I have gone synonymously. I have gone alone in there as. That tells you that he did it with synonyms. Follow and precisely synonyms, synonymously. That's what it means. So you look up those words, they mean the same thing, and you follow the 9 clues precisely. You look up the word, you find out what it means, and you do it that way. Simple as that. And when I say simple, it's not simple because it took a lot of work, a lot of time, a lot of whittling down all of them words to get to words that are key, being type focused with a word that is key. But you need all of them. One of them won't take you there. Those things. So you do those things and you find out it's faithful. You find out that halt is comma. And you read the poem with different words. Those words that were in the original poem. One that Douglas said, it's too easy, which is simple. Did he tell you the answer? Did he tell you the answer when he said that? Of course he did. Did he say something significant? Did he tell you the answer? Of course he did. So Douglas Preston knew where it was. Now, if you don't know that by now, I don't know where you've been sleeping. He can't tell Forrest it's too easy without knowing what the answer is, especially when that answer means where it is. He can't know about the Arizona car park in 1995 when he said he knew. It took 15 years to write the poem, Forrest said. 88 he started. 7 years later, Douglas knew Arizona car park, not the Denver car park. That's a bit strange, isn't it? And you have to work into consideration Forrest Fenn, 79 or 80, doesn't do anything for more than 15 years, knew that he was going to see it out. Where did he get that info from? Like 1988 he started it. Where did he get the information from that said, Forrest, if you start this now, bearing in mind you don't do anything for more than 15 years, so 1988, 2003, was it 2003? So, yeah, 2003. He knew he was going to survive the 15 years to get to 2003. Hold up. Forrest said, these are his words, not mine, or at least close to his words. And then I got better and ruined everything. What? Hold up. You got cancer in 1988. You were going to do something that was going to take you 15 years or less than 15 years because you don't do anything more than 15 years. You're going to hide a chest of gold in the Rocky Mountains, a chest of treasure in the Rocky Mountains. If I can't take it with me, I'm not going. And then you got better and it ruined everything. Well, to me, it sounds like it made everything perfect. You didn't die, so you had the time to write the poem that was going to take you 15 years. So how did getting better ruin everything? You didn't die, so you have the treasure so you could take it with you. How does that ruin anything? See, it doesn't make sense, does it? A person knew he was going to last long enough to write a poem that's supposed to have taken him 15 years, but says he got better and that ruined it. I don't know. So there's simple truths that if you listen, give you the answers. Blazes hot metal, as in bronze, and old rusty cars sitting out in the sun. Ever sit on a car and burn your ass? That's a blaze. That's a burn, definitely. Car seat alone can burn your ass. The metal is hot. You're competing with the White House Correspondents' Dinner. I'm going now anyway. I've already been long enough. Way too long. But thanks, Bill. It seems like you're the only one left anyway. Unless the street just got quiet. I don't know. He's not fucking said anything. So, not because you're here, Bill, but because I've been on 5.5 hours, and that's way too long for anyone. Including me. What is the... Ooh, 10 to 2. Let's see what the time was on. Oh, it's here. 1:53. 1:53. 25th. So in 4 days, there is a buck moon. And the age of Aquarius begins. And we're sitting at 7/7. 25th is 7. 7th is 7. And 10. Okay. Like I say, I've only been telling you the truth. Don't care whether you believe it or not. Which one is up? Is it? Yes, it's here. Get out into nature is within as well as without. Which is it? Mother Earth or Father Earth? The sky being the creation, the earth being the womb. So, an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, trusted. He'll understand that. In my Father's name, Yah. One name for eternity, breath. All comes from the Creator and the to go up. This is the image. So that's in his Father's image. That's created in his image. First, last, first is the Y. The Y is first, the Y is last. The Y is last, the Y is first. This is the breath. One name for eternity, till the end of time, as long as man breathes. That will be the word, that will be the name. Not Yahweh, which they try to change it to so you wouldn't know who the Father Creator was. That's the only reason they used Yahweh. Same as they got rid of Y and used the J. Just to lie to everyone. Jimmy Carr ripped. Yep. Very good that was. That must be where he hit it. He must have hit it in Jimmy Carr. All right then. Thanks everyone or anyone or everyone. Oh, 2 likes. Bloody hell. That's the first. Take care everyone. Thanks for being here. Like I say, it's only the truth based on Hebrew script. The real Hebrew script. Remember, I'm not a professional in it. Crosted will tell you more. He does this sort of thing. And it starts with Yahuwah, with Yahusha, his son, in his Father's name. An eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, it's in the name. The fort, the protection, it's in the name. Everything that was said coming in my Father's name, first, last. All of that was said is in the original name that was given, and makes no sense with God and Jesus. Makes all the sense in the world with Yahuwah and Yahusha, and then all of the other stuff completes it. Ciao for now. Take care.